Thank you for downloading the book from the free electronic library royallib.com. https royallib.com. All books by the author. https royallib.com. Author Khristoforov, Vasilie. HTML. The same book in other formats. https royallib.com. Book Khristoforov, Vasilie. Контрразведка VMF SSSR 19,411,945. HTML. Enjoy reading. Counterintelligence of the USSR Navy. 1941-1945 vs. Khristoforov AP. Cheripkov DU. Koklov Documents and Photographs. Central Archive of the FSB of Russia. Preface. In the history of any state, the armed forces play an important role as a means of protecting borders and protecting the external and internal interests of the country. One of the components of these armed forces is the Navy, the most versatile, powerful and highly mobile type of the country's armed forces, which includes all types of troops, all types of weapons and equipment. The Navy is capable of demonstrating the real combat strength of its state in the international arena, and this is confirmed by many examples from the history of Russia. During the long-term struggle for access to the world ocean, Russia managed to create a powerful navy and a developed shipbuilding base. In the 20th century, the Russian fleet was active during the First World War. Since the success of our troops in the coastal areas of the theater of operations depended on the situation in the Baltic and Black Seas. At a historical turning point in 1917-1922, Russia lost the largest and best part of its fleet and lost experienced personnel. On the path to restoring naval power, it was necessary to overcome a period of economic ruin and organizational and theoretical quests. And if by the beginning of the Second World War the resources of the Soviet economy were not enough to build a large ocean fleet, then the prerequisites for its creation had been laid. By 1941, the RKKF was in 7th place in the world in terms of the number of ships. This was a feat of our people, despite the difficulties, once again recreating the naval power of the country. During the Great Patriotic War, the USSR Navy was forced to operate in incredibly difficult conditions that could not have been foreseen even on the eve of the war. For this reason, the participation of the fleet in military operations seems limited. Its contribution to maintaining the stability of external sea communications is modest, and there are no noticeable victories of strategic significance to its credit. Nevertheless, the Navy fulfilled its duty to the end, having trained seasoned personnel over the years of hostilities and acquired a wealth of experience in war at sea. In subsequent years, our country managed to return naval power to the state by building and launching a first-class nuclear fleet into the world ocean. Personnel decide everything. This popular expression fully applies to the fleet. Both in ancient centuries and later, highly qualified specialists were always needed to build and manage a fleet. The combat qualities of the fleet are determined by sailors, petty officers, generals and admirals. But there is another very important category of naval specialists, naval counterintelligence officers, who are entrusted with the responsible task of ensuring the safety of the fleet and its personnel. The Russian Navy is under constant close attention of foreign intelligence services, so the activities of naval counterintelligence officers are always in demand. These people perform their professional military duty with honor and to the end, often acting at the risk of their lives. This was especially evident during the Great Patriotic War, when the naval counterintelligence officers fully showed their dedication to the cause, selflessly serving the fatherland. It should be noted that on the eve of the war, thousands of employees of state security agencies were unreasonably repressed, including many counterintelligence representatives who had extensive practical experience. Therefore, it was up to young employees, who often came to the state security agencies from their student days or school desks, to confront the German intelligence services, which had gained a wealth of experience during the war in Europe. Their formation as operational employees took place in the most difficult wartime conditions, in battles. The counterintelligence officers fully shared with the soldiers of the army and navy all the hardships of the fight against the enemy and made a worthy contribution to the victory over the Nazi invaders. They successfully solved the problems of protecting the personnel of the USSR Navy from penetration by enemy agents, ensured the secrecy of the preparation and conduct of combat operations, obtained information about the enemy forces and the plans of the German command, fought against treason, sabotage, terror and desertion. Many naval counterintelligence officers directly participated in combat operations, landings, escorting convoys, and fearlessly carried out missions behind the front line. The victory was won at a high price. Hundreds of operational personnel died while carrying out command assignments. This book is dedicated to everyday life at the front, victories and failures, the courage and heroism of naval counterintelligence officers during the Great Patriotic War. There is no separate open scientific research devoted to the counterintelligence of the Navy during the Great Patriotic War in Russian historiography. This is due, on the one hand, to the specifics of counterintelligence activities, forms and methods of its work, and the secrecy of its structure and personnel. On the other hand, with the fact that Soviet naval counterintelligence remained, as it were, in the shadow of the main counterintelligence directorates NPO. The study of the organizational structure, legal regulation and activities was carried out mainly by specialists working in domestic intelligence services. Their publications were of a scientific and applied nature and were classified, according to the authors, in the historiography of Soviet naval counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War. It is advisable to distinguish three periods. The first, July 1941-1955. The second, 1956, mid-1980s. Third, mid-1980s. Present tense. The need to study the experience of the activities of state security agencies arose in the first months of the war. The collection and synthesis of materials about the work of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence began. Employees of the central apparatus and the higher school HS of the NKVD of the USSR who had experience in operational activities including in combat conditions prepared lectures and scientific and practical works. 1. C. Barishnikov Vilya, Finnish Intelligence. M. 1942. Minaev V. Subversive Activities of German Fascism in the Middle East. M. 1942. About the subversive work of the Nazi scoundrels. Baku, 1942. Documentary materials played a significant role in the study of the history of the Great Patriotic War. The Soviet government, the leadership of the People's Commissariats of Defense, State Security and Internal Affairs took measures to ensure the safety of archival documents that were of great historical significance. An analysis of publications from the first period under study shows that the vast majority of works on the history of security agencies and internal affairs were of a closed nature. They were intended for students of departmental educational institutions, employees of the NKVD, NKGB, and advanced training courses for management and operational personnel. Such secrecy was explained by the fact that during the Great Patriotic War, any mention of employees of state security agencies and the functions that they performed in the active army were prohibited in the open press. What special departments of military units, formations and associations did was, by definition, considered a state secret to Exstatus. Special is Special Rodina, 2010, No. 1, p. 19. Nevertheless, there are examples of open publications. Among them should be mentioned the works of the head of the NKVD for the Leningrad region P.N. Kropotkin, dedicated to the subversive activities of fascist intelligence on the Leningrad front. 3. C. Kropotkin P. The Machinations of Fascist Intelligence in Leningrad. L. 1942. It's him. Subversive Work of Fascist Intelligence on the Leningrad Front. L. 1944. In 1943-1945 much attention was paid to the preparation of educational and methodological literature. The NKGB of the USSR published a book that discussed the use of counterfeit documents by enemy intelligence for materials on recognizing counterfeit documents. 1943. The higher school published 21 textbooks, lecture transcripts, notes and operational tasks based on an analysis of combat and operational experience in the Great Patriotic War. Work in this direction continued after the end of the war. 5. Barishnikov, Finnish intelligence and the fight against it by the NKGB. 1944. Blinderman VM. Radio counterintelligence of the NKGB in the fight against German agents on the territory of the USSR. 1944. Ivanov NM. Finnish intelligence. 1952. Review of the structure, location and activities of the intelligence agencies of the General Staff of the Finnish Army. Bilomorsk. 1944. Review of the activities of the German intelligence agency Nordpol in the territory of the Baltic Republics. 1945. Review of German intelligence schools in the Baltic states. 1943. A collection of reference materials about German intelligence agencies operating against the USSR during the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. 1952. Shkrenkov MV. Finnish intelligence on the territory of the Estonian USSR. 1945. Kafets VM. The work of the NKGB bodies to identify, search and seize German intelligence agents dropped into the territory of the USSR. 1944. Japanese intelligence and the fight against it. 1945. In relation to the activities of naval counterintelligence, it should be noted that on March 1, 1945, the Higher School of Counterintelligence (VSHK) of the Navy was opened, and from September 1945, an educational council was created at the school, which, along with improving the educational process, studied modern experience in counterintelligence work and its implementation in educational programs. The first period was characterized by the general ideologized state of Soviet historiography, limited access to materials stored in state and departmental archives, including documents on the work of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence. The exception is books on this topic written outside the USSR. So in 1948, M. Mondik in the city of Frankfurt am Main, in a special issue of Grony, under the pseudonym N. Swirsky, published the book Smersh 6 Mondik M. Smersh, a year in the enemy's camp, Frankfurt am Main, 1948, 213p. In this book, M. Mondik sets out his critical attitude towards the activities of the counterintelligence agencies Smersh at the final stage of the Great Patriotic War, and gives some negative examples. In the second period, the possibilities of researchers expanded somewhat. This was facilitated by various factors associated with the death of Stalin and the subsequent criticism of the cult of personality. On February 7, 1956, the PSU Central Committee adopted a resolution on measures to streamline the storage regime and better use of archival materials of ministries and departments, which marked the beginning of the mass declassification of archival documents. The decisive role in changing the general political situation and the development of historiography was played by the 20th Congress of the PSU, held on February 14-25, 1956. On February 25, at a closed meeting of the Congress, NS made a report on the cult of personality and its consequences. Khrushchev. During this period, the number of published books, articles and memoirs increased significantly. Since March 1956, the journal History of the USSR began to be published. Later it became known as Domestic History, now Russian History, which significantly expanded the capabilities of researchers. Researchers actively began studying history, touching on a wide variety of aspects of the war. However, the archives remained closed. Only representatives of the teams of authors of multi-volume projects on the history of the Great Patriotic War were allowed access to archival documents, and even then in a limited form. At the same time, a ban was maintained on the study of certain topics, penal battalions, barrier detachments, repressions, etc., and any activities carried out by the Soviet government and party leadership were interpreted as impeccable. Errors and shortcomings were explained as an unfavorable combination of circumstances and the unexpected occurrence of insurmountable subjective factors. During this period, the study of the experience of the struggle between domestic counterintelligence and enemy intelligence acquired a wider scope. Among the priority areas of work for historians was the task of creating a generalized work on the history of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence activities during the Great Patriotic War. In the mid-1950s, active work began, primarily by scientists from the higher school of the MGB, KGB of the USSR, to create the first textbook on the history of Soviet security agencies. The cases obtained from the archives and departments of the KGB were carefully studied, and on their basis a collection of articles from the history of Soviet intelligence was published. In the 1960s at the KGB Higher School, a number of works were published on the confrontation between Soviet counterintelligence and German intelligence. The general level of scientific research on the history of state security agencies achieved by the early 1960s was reflected in the lectures of I.M. Nikitin 7c. Nikitin. The activities of Soviet state security bodies during the Great Patriotic War of the Soviet People, June 1941-1945, m. 1964. Development of historical knowledge in the 1950-1960s contributed to the introduction into scientific circulation of new documents on the activities of state security agencies. 8c. From the history of the operational activities of state security agencies of the USSR in the pre-war years, October 1938, July 1941, m. 1962. Activities of state security bodies during the Great Patriotic War, 1941-1945, m. 1964. Based on them, a large number of scientific and popular science works, books and articles were published on the participation of Soviet state security and internal affairs agencies in the Great Patriotic War. A large number of memoirs and essays were published written by intelligence officers and counterintelligence officers who participated in the war. 9c. Behind the front line. Tula, 1968. Washesov essay. At alarming intersections, notes of a security officer. M. 1972. Cut off LV. Smolensk Underground. M. 1966. Farsonov KF. For the Sake of Life. Notes of a security officer. Kubishev 1973. A Front Without a Front Line. A collection of memories of security officers. M. 1970. In 1967, on the occasion of the 50th anniversary of the formation of the Soviet state security agencies, a textbook on the history of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence was published at the KGB Higher School. 10c. History of the Soviet state security agencies. M. 1967. In 1977, for the 60th anniversary of the formation of the Cheka, scientists from the KGB Higher School created a textbook on the history of domestic state security agencies, covering the entire period of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence activities from the date of its formation. 11c. History of Soviet state security agencies. M. 1977. Open literature on the activities of state security agencies during the Great Patriotic War, published in the second period, remained sparse. These works are mainly of a journalistic nature and correspond to the socio-political situation in the USSR. 12c. This is how the security officers fought. Volgograd 1974. Dolganov UB. War without a front line. M. 1981. Checklists of Karelia. Articles, essays, stories. Petrozavodsk. 1986. Continuation of the Feat. A book about Smolensk security officers. Smolensk. 1988. Scientific and popular science articles talked about the fight against German intelligence agents, deserters and traitors to the motherland, which made it possible to inform the public about the heroic pages of the work of counterintelligence agents and create a sense of pride in the soldiers of the invisible front. Interest in studying the history of domestic security agencies, including during the war years, increased during the preparation and celebration in 1978 of the 60th anniversary of the formation of special departments of the KGB of the USSR. By this date, a collection of essays had been published, most of which were devoted to the activities of military counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War. Veterans of special departments, historians, and journalists took part in writing the essays. 13 Military counterintelligence officers. M. 1978. However, researchers who were not members of the security agencies could not begin a serious study of the topic because they did not have access to the necessary documentary materials, which for the most part were restricted. The third period, which began in the mid-1980s, associated with the policy of perestroika, continues to this day. It is characterized by the active publication of memoirs and popular science works, the removal of restrictive stamps from a large number of documents. 14 Decree of the President of the Russian Federation of June 23, 1992 No. 658 on the removal of restrictive stamps from legislative and other acts that served as the basis for mass repressions and attacks on human rights. C. Gazette of the Congress of the ND of the Russian Federation and the Armed Forces of the Russian Federation No. 26, 1992 p. 1510. Declassification of documents of the NKVD and KGB of the USSR, counterintelligence agencies. SMERSH, transfer of some of them to state storage and expansion of the source base of historical research. The beginning of this period is often referred to as the time when the archival revolution occurred. Researchers gained access to restricted materials and the study of previously closed topics began. In the 1990s, work on studying intelligence and counterintelligence activities during the Great Patriotic War became increasingly widespread. New sources made it possible to clarify and expand ideas about the nature of the activities of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence. Their confrontation with the intelligence services of Germany and its allies developed in domestic historical science in the previous period. The works actively study the events, in particular those that took place during the battle for Leningrad and its siege, the contribution of employees in the Leningrad region and counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet to the defense and liberation of the city. The researchers' works show the interaction of special operations carried out by the NKVD in the Leningrad region with combat operations of units and formations of the Leningrad and Volkhov fronts, counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet, reconnaissance and sabotage work in territory occupied by the enemy, assistance to the partisan movement, and the historiography of the Soviet-Finnish War of 1941 is considered. 1944-15 C. Baryshnikov and I. Siege of Leningrad and Finland 1941-1944 St. Petersburg, Helsinki 2002. It's him. Finnish historiography about the final period of the war in the summer of 1944 War. People. Victory. Materials of the International Scientific Conf. Moscow. March 15-16, 2005, m. 2008, pp. 398-409. Battle for Leningrad. Fighting for their city, the security officers did not spare their lives. FSB for and against. 2010, no. 5, p. 50-53. Leningrad security officers during the Great Patriotic War. St. Petersburg 1995. Unknown blockade. St. Petersburg 2002. Broken Blockade FSB for and against. 2010. No. 5. p. 4649. Starodetsev. Twice Invisible Front. Leningrad Security Officers Behind Enemy Lines. M. 2010. Sedov VF. Stepanov ON. Leningrad Security Officers During the Great Patriotic War. 1995. Stroganov PP. Shield and Sword of Besieged Leningrad. St. Petersburg 2009. Koklaudy. The Will to Resist Was Not Broken. Zvezda. 2005. No. 9. It's Him. History of the Occupation in Archival Documents of State Security Agencies. Summer 1941, Winter 1941, 42 Military History Journal. 2006. No. 11. p. 5861. 2007. No. 1. p. 3237. Chernov SV. A Large House Without a Secret Stamp. M. 2002. IB. Ivanov prepared several publications devoted to the activities of military counterintelligence in the first months of the war and the history of the transition of ships of the Baltic Fleet from Tallinn to Kronstadt, analyzing the causes of large losses. 16. c. Ivanov I. Aviation of the Baltic Fleet. June 1941, June 1942 Military Historical Magazine. 2006. No. 8. p. 3643. It's Him. The First Months of the War in the Baltic Military History Journal. 2006. No. 6. p. 3135. It's Him. Tallinn Crossing. August 1941. Zvezda. 2006. No. 9. It is worth noting some works that examine certain aspects of the formation and activities of maritime counterintelligence agencies in pre-revolutionary Russia. These include the works of A. Zdanovich Organization and Formation of the Special Services of the Russian Navy. A. Ivanov Naval Counterintelligence in the Russian North 1914-1917. VO. Zverev Maritime Counterintelligence of the Russian Empire in the Baltic in 1914-1918. History of Creation and Liquidation. Some little-known facts about the activities of counterintelligence to investigate the circumstances of the death of a number of warships in the 2030s. The Book of VV is dedicated to the 20th century. Shijan's Compartments on Fire, published in 2012. It makes extensive use of previously unpublished archival materials from the Central Archive of the FSB of Russia. However, all these publications are devoted only to individual stages of maritime counterintelligence activities and are not general in nature. Among the popular science books about the history of the creation and activities of security agencies, including Maritime Counterintelligence, published in the 2000s, noteworthy are the works of teams of authors from among the employees of the FSB of Russia and the main archive directorate of Moscow, such as Lubyanka Smersh Military Counterintelligence, together with the Fleet 17. c. Lubyanka. From the History of Domestic Counterintelligence. M. 2007. Smersh. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2005. Together with the Fleet. Soviet Naval Counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical Essays and Archival Documents. M. 2010. These works were the first to examine the activities of Soviet naval counterintelligence. However, the lack of a full-fledged scientific reference apparatus significantly reduces their scientific value. Of particular interest is the book Secrets of the Russian Navy from the FSB Archives 18, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Secrets of the Russian Navy, from the Archives of the FSB, M. 2014. The second part of this publication, The Fleet During the Great Patriotic War, is based on naval counterintelligence documents. The scientific forces of various universities and research institutes of Russia in studying the historical experience of the activities of domestic intelligence and counterintelligence agencies are united by the organizers of the conference's historical readings at Lubyanka 19. c. Russian Intelligence Services, History and Modernity. Materials of Historical Readings at Lubyanka 1997-2000, M. 2003. Historical Readings at Lubyanka, 2005 m. 2006 Historical Readings at Lubyanka 1997 2008 m. 2008 Creation in 2001 with the active role of A. Zdanovich, the Society for the Study of the History of Domestic Intelligence Services, which included professional historians and scientists involved in research into the formation, development and activities of domestic state security and internal affairs agencies, became a new step in the systematic scientific study of the history of domestic intelligence and counterintelligence. Since 2006, the Society began publishing proceedings that significantly enriched the historiography of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War. 20 c. Proceedings of the Society for the Study of the History of Domestic Special Services. D. 14 m. 2006-2012 Scientific and Scientific Practical Conferences dedicated to the 50, 55, 60 and 65th anniversaries of victory in the Great Patriotic War were prepared and held in Moscow, St. Petersburg, Yekaterinburg and other cities. They were attended by scientists and specialists representing university and academic science, museums and historical journalism, employees and veterans of security agencies. Collections of conference proceedings contain reports and articles prepared using a wide range of sources and scientific literature. The authors examine a wide range of topical problems during the Great Patriotic War, analyze the work of Soviet counterintelligence to suppress the activities of foreign intelligence services, the military and operational situation at the front and in the rear, and the main directions of work of state security and internal affairs agencies during the war. The authors introduced into scientific circulation a large array of documents from state and departmental archives. 21 Unity of the front and rear in the defeat of fascism and winning victory in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, according to documentary sources. Moscow, April 22, 2005 Archivist Bulletin, 2005, No. 3, p. 783. Karelia in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Materials of the Republican Scientific, Practical Conf dedicated to the 55th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War, Petrozavodsk, 2001, Counterintelligence, Yesterday and Today. Scientific Materials, Practical Conference dedicated to the 55th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Veliky Novgorod, 2000. The People and the Army in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Materials of the All-Russian Scientific Conf. M. 2009. In the Service of the Motherland, Materials of All Russian Scientific Conf. Omsk, 2005, Great Patriotic War 1941-1945 Start, Fracture, Victory, Modern Approaches, M. 2010. The role of state security bodies and troops in achieving victory in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Scientific Materials, Conf. Ekaterinburg, 2005, USSR, its allies and opponents in World War E. Political Discourse, Historiographical Discussions, Teaching Problems, M. 2010. An independent direction in studying the activities of domestic security and internal affairs agencies during the Great Patriotic War was the work of regional authors and groups of authors. In their research, they rely on documentary materials from the archives of the Federal Security Service and personnel archives of employees, which allows them to publish valuable factual material. Of particular interest is the book by O.V. Cherenin, in which the author conducts a study of the activities of the intelligence services of Germany, Poland and the USSR on the territory of East Prussia in 1924-1942, talks about the confrontation between Soviet and German intelligence in the Baltics, the main operations of Soviet intelligence in East Prussia. The disadvantages of the book include the active use of already known works on this topic. 22. C. Cherninov, Spy-Königsberg, Bodies and Operations of the Intelligence Services of Germany, Poland and the USSR in East Prussia. 1924-1942 Kaliningrad, 2010. Of undoubted interest are publications devoted to the confrontation between Soviet counterintelligence agencies and Finnish and German intelligence and counterintelligence agencies on the territory of the Leningrad and Murmansk regions. 23. C. Karelia in the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, Materials of the Republican Scientific Practical Conf dedicated to the 55th anniversary of victory in the Great Patriotic War, Petrozavodsk, 2001, Security Agencies of Karelia, Historical Essays, Memoirs, Biographies, Petrozavodsk, 2008, Guerrilla War in Karelia, Petrozavodsk, 2005, Khristoforov vs. Documents from Russian archives about Soviet prisoners of war in camps in Finland and Norway in 1941-1944, Domestic Archives, 2008, No. 3, p. 6572, that is in the areas of operation of special departments, the SMERSH counterintelligence departments of the Baltic and Northern fleets. A separate group of works should include articles and books about the activities of state security and internal affairs agencies of the Far East, as well as military counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet. They explore the struggle of Soviet counterintelligence with Japanese intelligence, counterintelligence and police agencies, the participation of counterintelligence agencies in combat operations against Japan during the Manchurian Strategic Offensive Operation 24. C. In Unified Formation, Pages of History, by Rabajhan, 2007. The case was taken from the archive, Vladivostok, 2008. Transbkal Counterintelligence Officers at the Front and in the Rear, Chita, 2010. The security agencies on Sakhalin are 60 years old. Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk, 2007. Regional Directorate of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Chita region, Chita, 2004. Solovyevy, Anxious Everyday Life of Transbkal Counterintelligence, M. 2002. Honor and Loyalty, 70 Years of Military Counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet, Vladivostok, 2002. Based on factual materials, memories of veterans, eyewitnesses and participants of the Great Patriotic War, the story is told about the activities of territorial internal affairs bodies to suppress attempts by Japanese intelligence to collect military, political and economic information about the USSR troops and defense facilities in the Soviet Far East, South Sakhalin. The authors provide data on the work of our intelligence in the Far East, which received information that the ruling circles of Japan in 1941-1942 developed not only operational strategic plans for the invasion of the USSR, but also plans for the military administration of the occupied territories. 25. C. Security agencies on Sakhalin are 60 years old. Yuzhno-Sakhalinsk, 2007, pp. 46-47. Issues of intelligence work are explored, collecting information about the Kwantung Army, its defensive structures and other information necessary for defense and offensive. Thanks to this information, in August 1945, Soviet troops confidently struck bypassing fortified areas, effectively carrying out amphibious landings which significantly reduced losses. 26. C. During the Great Patriotic War, Regional Directorate of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Chita region, Chita, 2004, pp. 16-17. The book Honor and Loyalty examines the activities of military counterintelligence officers of the Pacific Fleet on the eve, during and after the end of the Great Patriotic War, their opposition to German and Japanese intelligence, the search for employees and agents of the Japanese intelligence services, war criminals and deserters. As a result of early operational activities, the military counterintelligence agencies of the Pacific Fleet identified the structure of the Japanese intelligence services and partly its personnel composition. With the outbreak of war with Japan in August 1945, the Counterintelligence Department of the Pacific Fleet sent task forces to the territory of Korea, Manchuria, South Sakhalin and the Kuril Islands to capture Japanese agents and intelligence officers. 27. C. Honor and Loyalty. 70 years of military counterintelligence of the Pacific Fleet. Vladivostok, 2002. p. 68-258. The disadvantage of the reviewed works was that they were prepared and published, as a rule, for anniversaries or memorable dates of the territorial security agencies. In this regard, they cited only positive aspects of the activities of the NKVD during the war, rarely pointed out shortcomings and miscalculations, and lacked detailed conclusions. Nevertheless, these works are of interest because they often publish archival documents or provide extracts from them. An important place is occupied by books of memory and losses, which provide data and information about losses in the Great Patriotic War among intelligence and counterintelligence officers, including naval, military personnel of the government communications forces and the NKVD border troops. 28. C. The Great Patriotic War without a stamp. Secrecy. Book of Losses. M. 2009. All Russian Book of Memory. 1941-1945. M. 1995. Book of Memory of Counterintelligence Officers who died and disappeared during the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. M. 1957. The main of which were combat operations carried out jointly with units of the Red Army and Navy. The Book of Memory of Counterintelligence Officers who died and disappeared during the Great Patriotic War contains more than 12,000 names. As a result of summarizing information from various departments, it was established that the irretrievable losses of security agencies during the Great Patriotic War amounted to 61,982 people. 29. For the first time, updated data on the losses of employees and military personnel of state security agencies were presented in the newspaper Vremya Novosti. C. No state spends people so wastefully. Vremya Novosti. 2010. June 22. p. 16. Including counterintelligence agencies, military counterintelligence units of the central apparatus, employees of territorial bodies, employees of reconnaissance and sabotage residencies, armsmen, commanders of fighter battalions. 11,980 people. It is appropriate to talk about the works of foreign researchers which examine the activities of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence during the Second World War. Many publications by foreign authors provide an original assessment of the direction and results of Soviet intelligence and counterintelligence activities and contain previously unknown episodes related to the confrontation between Soviet and Western intelligence services. However, the biased preparation of materials and the lack of a serious documentary basis are the main drawbacks of such works. 30. C. Palmer N. Allen T.B. Encyclopedia of Espionage. M. 1999. Some publications devoted to domestic security agencies and their activities during the Great Patriotic War, claiming an encyclopedic level of knowledge, are disappointing. They contain a large number of factual errors, inaccuracies, and in some cases lack information about widely known events and facts. To prepare this work, the authors used published and unpublished sources. Collections of documents prepared on the basis of materials from various state and departmental archives on the intelligence and counterintelligence activities of state security and internal affairs bodies were used as published sources. Among the numerous publications of documents dedicated to the Great Patriotic War and the history of Russia in the 20th century, noteworthy is the collection of documents state security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. The author-compilers took as a basis the periodization of the war established in Soviet historiography, and by the beginning of 2010 they prepared and published 6 volumes in 11 books. The compilers of the collection studied and analyzed a large array of archival materials. 2,294 documents, including 279 captured ones, were published in 6 volumes, including those on the activities of counterintelligence officers in the Navy. Of undoubted interest is such a publication as the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 in 12 vols. T. 6. Secret War, Intelligence and Counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War, which also presents the activities of maritime counterintelligence. It is also necessary to note a number of publications in the Navy magazine Morskoye Zbornik, which reflect not only the operational and investigative work of the SMERSH units of the USSR Navy fleets, but also some aspects of the naval history of the Soviet period. More than 50 storage units were used to prepare the text of this study. Half of them were cases from the funds, organizational and administrative documents of the NKVD, NKGB of the USSR, GKSMERSH-NCO, UKSMERSH NKVMF, Records Management of the UKSMERSH NKVMF of the USSR, Archival Criminal Cases of the Central Archive of the FSB of Russia and Archives of Territorial Security Agencies Murmansk and Saratov regions. About 45 cases were raised for biographical information about security officials and persons involved in archival criminal cases. In order to clarify information for the list of naval counterintelligence employees who died during the Great Patriotic War, more than 20 cases were studied. The main source for writing the text of this work was the reports on the results of the intelligence and operational work of the counterintelligence departments of the SMERSH fleets and flotillas during the Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, prepared in 1946 in accordance with the instructions of the SMERSH Criminal Investigation Department of the NKVMF from July 22, 1945. They indicated the tasks assigned by the State Defense Committee to the naval counterintelligence agencies. The results of the struggle of counterintelligence officers with enemy intelligence services, their agents, the organization of intelligence and operational work of departments of fleets and flotillas, activities of enemy intelligence and its agents. The team of authors attempted to critically comprehend the complex of identified documents, compare and summarize the information contained in regulatory documents, materials of current records management, captured documents, archival criminal and personnel files. A story about naval counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War is impossible without considering the history of its organization and formation, so the authors considered it appropriate to make a brief excursion in the first part, telling in the first chapter about the naval counterintelligence of the Russian Empire, in the second about the creation of special departments in the RKKF, in the third about the first steps in organizing counteraction to foreign espionage. The first part ends with the fourth chapter about the work of security agencies in the fleet in the pre-war period. The second part of the monographic study begins with the fifth chapter, which talks about the issues of organizing the work of naval counterintelligence agencies during the war period. It examines the main regulatory documents regulating their activities. The main goals and objectives are formulated, the structure and staff are fixed. Much attention is paid to the organizational changes that have occurred in military counterintelligence agencies, and the main results of the work are analyzed. This material is organically supplemented by information about the special services operating against the USSR Navy, presented in the sixth chapter. Next come the 7th, 10th chapters devoted to the activities of the military counterintelligence departments of the Baltic, Northern, Black Sea, Pacific fleets. The second part ends with the 11th chapter on the special departments of the Amur, Volga, Dnieper, Danube, Caspian, Ladoga and Pinsk flotillas. The appendix contains a list of naval counterintelligence officers who died during the Great Patriotic War, which includes information regarding 272 people. We hope that as a result of the study, it was possible to create a fairly objective picture of the activities of naval counterintelligence, show its role in ensuring the security of the Navy, its place in the system of Soviet intelligence services, trace the genesis of its institutional development, and highlight the most significant achievements and mistakes. The book is addressed both to specialists studying the history of the Great Patriotic War, the history of the fleet and special services, and to a wide range of readers. Formation of Domestic Counterintelligence Chapter 1. Marine counterintelligence of the Russian Empire. At the beginning of the 20th century, Russia did not have its own special counterintelligence service capable of resisting foreign intelligence services. There was no counterintelligence in the structure of the country's maritime department. The process of forming and establishing counterintelligence in the Russian Navy took many decades and went through a more complex path than when organizing the corresponding structure in the Army. 31. On the creation of Russian military counterintelligence. See Military counterintelligence, History, Events, People, in 2 books, M. 2008, Book 1, pp. 1128. In April 1906, during the creation of the Naval General Staff of Russia. 32. The Naval General Staff, Genmor, is the highest operational and strategic command body of the Navy in the Russian Empire. Created on April 24, 1906, it was part of the Naval Ministry and functioned along with the main naval headquarters. He was in charge of developing plans for war at sea, shipbuilding programs, battle plans, preparing the fleet, and studying foreign fleets. In 1914-1918 consisted of 3 main parts: operational, organizational, tactical, and statistical. In August 1921, its functions were transferred to the Naval Headquarters of the Republic. Within its structure, a Department of Foreign Statistics was founded, the primary tasks of which were to collect information on the construction and plans for the use of naval forces of potential opponents of Russia, as well as to direct the activities of naval agents attached in Sweden, Germany, Italy, Turkey, and some other countries. The created department, as well as the apparatus of naval agents along with intelligence, paid attention to identifying organizations and individuals carrying out subversive work against the Russian fleet. At the same time, the specifics of the activity urgently required the formation of a special body that would deal exclusively with counterintelligence functions. Specific proposals for the creation of such a unit were voiced in March 1909 at an interdepartmental meeting of representatives of the main directorate of the General Staff, the Naval General Staff, and the Police Department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of Russia. 33. Police Department is a department of the Ministry of Internal Affairs of the Russian Empire that manages the police. Formed on 0806-1880 after the abolition of the third branch of the ONI office. He was a member of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. Initially, 1880-1883, it was called the State Police Department. He was in charge of security departments, police agencies, detective departments, address desks, and fire brigades. It was headed by a director appointed by order of the Ministry of Internal Affairs. The department was abolished by decree of the Provisional Government of March 10, 1917. There was only one issue on the agenda: the fight against foreign espionage. As a result of the working meetings that took place after this meeting, a law was prepared and approved in April 1911, according to which counterintelligence was separated into an independent structure. This law, however, made no mention of the creation of special maritime counterintelligence agencies. The task of combating foreign espionage was assigned to counterintelligence departments formed at the headquarters of military districts. It was believed that these departments would be able to engage in both military and naval counterintelligence. In practice, the majority of their employees were former officers of the Separate Corps of Gendarmes. 34. Separate Corps of Gendarmes, the political police of the Russian Empire, a separate special purpose corps in the Russian Imperial Army, whose military ranks formed the basis of the staff of the gendarme police institutions of Russia from 1826 to 1917. Created on the basis of the regulations on the Corps of Gendarmes issued on April 28, 1827. He was part of the War Ministry system, who had the skill of counterintelligence work but were ignorant of naval affairs. A special department called Special Office Work, whose functions included the management of naval intelligence and counterintelligence, was created by order of Genmar only in May 1914. The instructions to the head of Special Office Work of the Naval General Staff noted that the department was entrusted with the direction of counterintelligence activities in Navy and the Ministry of the Navy. With the outbreak of World War I, the need for special naval counterintelligence agencies increased sharply. On the basis of the former counterintelligence departments of military districts, counterintelligence services of armies and fronts were deployed. Overloaded with their work, military counterintelligence officers simply did not have the strength to help the sailors. In order to regulate the activities of naval counterintelligence, in 1915 a draft regulations on naval counterintelligence departments was prepared in Genmore, the main task of which was the fight against naval espionage. It was planned to form counterintelligence departments at the main naval headquarters, as well as the founding of the Baltic, White Sea, Pacific, Black Sea and Finnish departments. In addition, it was planned to create maritime counterintelligence units in coastal units and sea fortresses. The command of the Black Sea Fleet took the most active part in organizing counterintelligence. Construction of the newest battleships of the Black Sea Fleet of the Empress Maria Type 35. Empress Maria is a battleship of the Black Sea Fleet, laid down on June 11, 1911 at the Razard plant in Nikolaev, launched 10-06-1913, entered the fleet 08-25-1915. Participated in the First World War as part of the Black Sea Fleet, sank on October 20, 1916 due to the explosion of a powder magazine. In 1916-1917 the ship's hull was raised and dismantled for metal in 1927. Displacement 25,465 tons, length 168 m, speed 21 knots. Could not help but be patronized by German intelligence agents. The Germans were very concerned about the growth of Russian naval forces in the Black Sea, and they sought to prevent Russian dominance in this theater of operations. In this connection, the information of an overseas agent of the Petrograd Police Department, who worked under the pseudonyms Alexandrov Lenin Charles, is of interest. His real name is Benzion Dolin. During the First World War, Dolin, like many other political police agents, was reoriented to work in the field of foreign counterintelligence. As a result of the operational combinations carried out, Charles made contact with German military intelligence and received the task of disabling the Empress Maria. A German intelligence officer under the pseudonym Bismarck, whom the Russian agent met in Bern, told him, "The Russians have one advantage over us on the Black Sea, this is Maria. Try to remove it. Then our forces will be equal, and if forces are equal, we will win." In response to Charles' request to the Petrograd Police Department, he received orders to accept, with some reservations, the proposal to destroy the Russian battleship. Upon returning to Petrograd, the agent was placed at the disposal of the military authorities, but contact with him was not restored. As a result of such inaction, contacts with German intelligence were lost, with whom the agent was supposed to attend the next meeting 2 months later in Stockholm. After some time, Charles learned from the newspapers about the death of Empress Maria. The letter he sent to the police department in connection with this event remained unanswered. The activity of the enemy intelligence services required immediate counteraction, and already on October 14, 1915, the Chief of Staff of the Supreme Commander-in-Chief, General M.V. Alexeyev approved the regulations on the intelligence and counterintelligence departments of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters. Captain A.P. became the head of the Black Sea Counterintelligence. Avtomenov, along with the task assigned to the department to combat foreign spying special agents which had previously been maintained by the Sevastopol Gendarmerie Directorate with funds allocated by the command of the Black Sea Fleet, also came under its jurisdiction. Due to the specific nature of the activities of the Crow, it was closely connected with the Gendarmerie Department of Sevastopol, which was headed by Colonel M.A. Redrov. In October 1916, the Black Sea people had to investigate the causes of the explosion of the battleship Empress Maria. Immediately after the death of the battleship, an active investigation began in Sevastopol. Searches were carried out in apartments and arrests were made of 47 people suspected of involvement in the explosion of the ship. A week after the tragic events, Colonel M.A. Redrov, using intelligence information received by him, including from naval counterintelligence officers, in a letter addressed to the Chief of Staff of the Commander of the Black Sea Fleet, gave possible versions of the causes of the explosion, not excluding the possibility that the ship was blown up by spies. Among the sailors he wrote, "There is definitely a rumor that the explosion was carried out by attackers with the aim of not only destroying the ship but also killing the commander of the Black Sea Fleet, A.V. Kolchak, author, who, by his actions, was behind recently, and especially by scattering mines near the Bosphorus 36. The Bosphorus is a strait between Europe and Asia Minor, connecting the Black Sea with the Sea of Marmara. The length of the strait is 30 km, the maximum width is 3700 m, the minimum is 700 m, the depth of the fairway is from 33 to 88 m. Finally stopped the predatory raids of Turkish-German cruisers on the Black Sea coast. In addition, with his energetic actions in this direction, he caused dissatisfaction among the command staff, especially among people with German surnames, who did absolutely nothing under the former commander of the fleet, Admiral Eberhard, author, 37, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov, Koklaudy M. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, pp. 14-15. However, none of the put forward versions subsequently collected a sufficient number of facts. The progress of the investigation was also complicated by mutual bickering between the Gendarme Department of Sevastopol and the crew of the Black Sea Fleet headquarters, which was tasked with investigating the causes of the explosion. The background to these disputes, obviously, was that the counterintelligence department created during the war completely pushed the gendarmerie department away from espionage affairs. In a letter to the director of the police department, Colonel M.A. Redrov, speaking sharply about the activities of the head of Sevastopol counterintelligence, expressed the opinion of his complete failure to investigate the causes of the death of Empress Maria. Unfortunately, these interdepartmental showdowns nullified attempts to establish the truth. New documents already from the archives of Soviet counterintelligence indicate the close attention of the German intelligence services to the Empress Maria. In 1933, the OGPU of Ukraine in Nikolaev exposed a German intelligence station operating under the cover of the Control K Trading Company, headed by V.E. Werman. The Residency had a specific task to commit sabotage at the Nikolaev shipyard named after Andrei Marty. This largest plant was formed on the basis of the same Russian shipbuilding joint stock company Rusad, from whose slipways the battleship Empress Maria left. V.E. Werman was an intelligence officer with pre-revolutionary experience, recruited by the German intelligence services back in 1908. Due to the prevailing circumstances, in 1914 he was tasked with taking over the leadership of the entire German intelligence network in the south of Russia. Together with his agents, he recruited people for intelligence work, collected materials about industrial enterprises, especially shipbuilding enterprises, and data about warships under construction. Of particular interest to Werman was the Razuda electrician Zhibnev, who he recruited and worked on the Empress Maria. Through Zhibnev, the resident received diagrams of the battleship's artillery towers that were of great interest to him. But the first explosion on the Maria occurred precisely under the bow artillery turret. Werman himself could not carry out sabotage since he was deported with the outbreak of hostilities. In this regard, the testimony he gave about the activities of his agencies of interest. I personally have been in contact since 1908 on intelligence work with the following cities. Sevastopol, where intelligence work was led by a mechanical engineer from the naval plant, Weiser, who was in Sevastopol on behalf of our factory. I know that Weiser had his own spy network in Sevastopol, from which I remember only the designer of the Admiralty Ivan Karpov, with whom I had to personally encounter 38, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov, Koklaudy, U. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 16. Intern engineer Visser could easily have entered the Empress Maria in October 1916. Then, dozens of engineers, technicians and workers were on the battleship every day, and their passage to the ship was not difficult. This is confirmed by a letter dated 1916 from the head of the Sevastopol Gendarme Directorate to the headquarters of the commander of the Black Sea Fleet. The sailors say that the electricity wiring workers who were on the ship on the eve of the explosion until 10 o'clock evenings could have done something with malicious intent, since the workers did not look around at all when entering the ship and also worked without inspection. Suspicion in this regard is especially expressed against an engineer from the company at 35 Nakhimovsky Prospect, who allegedly left Sevastopol on the eve of the explosion. 39 Ibed Werman himself, having survived the intervention and the civil war, settled in Nikolaev, where, with the light hand of the secretary of the German consulate in Odessa, in 1923 he resumed work in his specialty, which lasted until 1933. Returning to the origins of the development of naval counterintelligence, we note that during the First World War, naval counterintelligence in the north also had something to work on. After Turkey entered the war in November 1914, the only European port where weapons and military supplies supplied to Russia by its allies could be sent was Arkhangelsk, connected by a narrow-gauge railway to Vologda. However, the ever-increasing need of our army and industry for foreign supplies, with the low carrying capacity of Arkhangelsk and the difficulty of navigation in the throat of the White Sea, led to the emergence of a new seaport, Romanov-on-Murman. 40 Romanov-on-Murman, the name of the city of Murmansk until 03.04, 1917. Through it, weapons, ammunition and equipment from Great Britain and France began to arrive at the front along the railway connected from Petrozavodsk. At the same time, with the beginning of the war, enemy intelligence services in this region became more active. Already at the end of August 1914, employees of the police department in the immediate vicinity of Arkhangelsk detained a German ship that had a radiotelegraph station on board. To ensure the security of Allied supplies, the construction of naval bases was launched in the Kola Bay and Ayakonga Bay. 41 Ayakonga Churchyard until 1920, the village of Ayakonga until 1938, the village of Gremikha until 1981, a city in the Murmansk region, now the center of the urban district of the closed city of Ostrovnoye, located on the coast of the Barents Sea. And in 1915, British warships appeared in the northern waters, carrying out, among other things, the protection of maritime transport. At the same time, the British Embassy in Russia proposed organizing an intelligence service on the roads leading to Romanov-on-Murman and Arkhangelsk. The White Sea Counterintelligence Department itself was created in the fall of 1915. Its head was Lieutenant Colonel of the Separate Corps of Gendarmes P.V. Yadichev, and in January 1917, when the port of Romanov-on-Murman was put into full operation, a separate counterintelligence point was formed at the headquarters of the Kola Defensive Region under the command of Staff Captain I. Petrova. The counterintelligence officers of the north had enough work. The German command tried in every possible way to prevent the uninterrupted flow of foreign military cargo to the eastern front. Sabotage in ports, as well as acts of sabotage aimed at destroying transport ships heading to northern Russian ports, became widespread. On July 6, 1916, in Arkhangelsk, for unexplained reasons a fire occurred that destroyed a large amount of inventory. In September of the same year, the cable station in Alexandrovsk, which provided telegraph communication between Russia and England, burned down. In October 1916, in Arkhangelsk, at Bertno, 20, a powerful explosion occurred on the steamship Baron Driesen 42. Baron Driesen is a requisitioned four-hulled German ship. It flew under the flag of the Northern Joint Stock Shipping Company. Displacement 5,000 tons, speed 9 knots, arriving from New York. The explosion resulted in the death of more than 1,000 people. On February 24, 1917, a fire broke out on the English steamship Nigeria, killing 59 people. Perhaps the most common form of cover for German agents were trading enterprises and insurance companies. The military authorities of Archangельsk repeatedly tried to expel numerous foreign forwarding offices from the city, whose employees had access to all port areas. As a result, the Belomorsk Crow opened criminal cases against the companies Efster and Gepner, Gerhard and Gay, Nip and Werner, Heidmann and Schmidt. At the same time, Allied attempts to conduct intelligence activities in this region were also suppressed. For example, in January 1917, the U.S. consular representative in Archangельsk, Danish citizen Carl Liev, came to the attention of naval control officers who sought to obtain secret maps of the fairways of the northern Dwina, the White Sea and the Kola Bay. Liev was removed from office and his place was taken by another diplomat, Felix Kohl 43, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 1920. The increased scale of intelligence activities against the Russian Army and Navy, the increase in the number of sabotages on ships and ports required a radical improvement in maritime counterintelligence activities. Therefore, at the beginning of 1916, the Maritime Registration Service was established specifically to manage this work. 44. The Maritime Registration Service is a counterintelligence unit of the Naval General Staff. Special Records Officer VA was placed at the head of the service. Vinogradov, who did a lot to intensify the activities of naval agents through foreign counterintelligence. On the initiative of VA, Vinogradov, at the beginning of 1917, a meeting of counterintelligence officers was held on the issue of forming naval counterintelligence. During this period, counterintelligence bodies were formed at the headquarters of the Baltic and Black Sea fleets, the Arctic Ocean Flotilla, as well as some sea fortresses and ports subordinate to the Maritime Registration Service of the Naval General Staff. The full implementation of the decisions made at the meeting was prevented by the events of February 1917, as a result of which the Naval Counterintelligence Service suffered heavy personnel losses. Almost all former employees of the separate corps of gendarmes, the most experienced and professionally trained counterintelligence officers, were fired. Some counterintelligence departments lost up to 90% of their staff at once. At the same time, the remaining counterintelligence officers did everything to increase the efficiency of their work. For practical guidance of the activities of naval counterintelligence officers, on November 2, 1917, the instruction of the Maritime Registration Service of the Provisional Government on the Organization of Intelligence and Counterintelligence, Instructions and Information on the Organization and Conduct of Intelligence and Counterintelligence was prepared. 45 Ka FSB of Russia, F1, Op. 2, D. 211, L. 160. The preface of the instructions stated, counterintelligence will then be able to truly rationally combat espionage when the need for it will be recognized not by one special body, but by the entire society, from the average person to all hierarchical levels of the military force or unit that counterintelligence is supposed to protect. When the counterintelligence agency itself will play in this struggle the role of that professional brain that summarizes the conscious work of society itself in this direction, so that its experience is not lost for the future. When every member of society, be it an ordinary person or a military man, is aware of the importance of counterintelligence and will help it, depending on his position and occupation, with instructions, his caution and the fight against the talkativeness and carelessness of others, then counterintelligence will cease to be that small organization that was entrusted with the task of protecting secrets in a huge state and that is trying to do this with its dozens or hundreds of agents, not knowing exactly where, how and under what guise the spy will come. No matter how impossible the dream of a situation in which everyone will help counterintelligence may seem, it is our duty to strive for it, our duty to ensure that counterintelligence is carried out by first-class, educated, energetic performers who will ideologically serve this cause and attract help. Inert Mass 46 IBED, L. 3. This is what the author of the instructions, head of the Maritime Registration Service, Captain 2nd Rank VA, wrote. Vinogradov, the events of November 7, 1917 made their own adjustments, opening a new page in the history of domestic naval counterintelligence. Chapter 2. Organization of Soviet Marine Counterintelligence. The October Revolution of 1917 and the events that followed temporarily slowed down the further development of the domestic counterintelligence service, since for the new regime the fight against espionage initially did not become a matter of paramount importance. The greatest security threat to the new regime was posed by sabotage of civil servants, underground military officer organizations, profiteering, rampant anarchy, banditry and pogroms. Therefore, the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission (VCHK) for combating counter-revolution and sabotage, created on December 7, 1917 under the Council of People's Commissars, did not initially have a special unit for the prevention of foreign espionage. According to the plan of its organizers, the Cheka was supposed to, first of all, eliminate the sabotage of civil servants in the capital and other large cities and suppress attempts to overthrow the new government by various anti-Bolshevik forces. At the same time, it was entrusted with the fight against profiteering and malfeasance. 47. Lubyanka. From the History of Domestic Counterintelligence. Khristoforov vs. Poganirya F. Vinogradov V.K. and others. Ed. 3rd Ad. M. 2007. p. 164. The naval counterintelligence agencies created in the Russian Empire carried out their activities until October 1918, when the Maritime Registration Service came under the control of the Military Control Department of the Registration Directorate of the Field Headquarters of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic. 48. Field Headquarters of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, the highest operational body of the main command of the Red Army in the years Civil War, formed on 0906-1918 to replace the disbanded headquarters of the Supreme Military Council, initially called the headquarters of the RVSR. On 11/08/1918 it was renamed the Field Headquarters of the RVSR. On 02/21/1921 it was merged with the All-Russian General Staff into a single headquarters of the Red Army. Composition: Operational, Administrative and Accounting, Registration Departments, Central Directorate of Military Communications, Field Aviation Department, Inspectors Department, Military Economic and Military Sanitary Departments, Intelligence Department. On December 17, 1918, at a meeting of the RVSR, a draft regulation on the Special Department was considered, which provided for renaming the military control departments into special departments. Direct management of all land and naval special departments should be concentrated in the Directorate of Special Departments under the RVSR. The military department of the Cheka, Frontline, Army and Border Checkers will be combined with the departments of military control. Transfer the Military Censorship Department to the Registration Department of the RVSR. On December 19, 1918, a meeting of the Bureau of the Central Committee of the RCP-B took place with the participation of the Chairman of the Council of People's Commissars V.I. Lenin. At it, the question of military control was heard and a resolution was adopted, which stated that on the issue of unifying the Cheka and military control, it was decided to agree with the position developed under the Revolutionary Military Council. A special department under the RVSR was called upon to combat espionage, treason and other counter-revolutionary crimes in units and institutions of the Red Army. 49. Military Counterintelligence. History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov S.A., Korenkov L.U., Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, pp. 47-48. At the end of January 1919, the functions of military and naval counterintelligence were transferred to the Cheka. Special departments were formed at military districts, front and army headquarters. The Naval Control Department of the Baltic Fleet was disbanded and some of its employees joined the OO of the Petrograd Cheka. February 6, 1919 Presidium of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee 50 All-Russian Central Executive Committee VTSIC, the highest legislative, administrative and supervisory body of state power of the Soviet Republic in 1917-1918 and the RSFSR from 1917 to 1937. From November 1917, between sessions of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, its functions were carried out by the Presidium, the operational body of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee. The apparatus of the Executive Committee consisted of a Presidium, a Bureau and 20 departments. The All-Russian Central Executive Committee was abolished in 1937 with the formation of the Supreme Soviet of the RSFSR. Approved the regulations on the Special Department 00 under the All-Russian Cheka and its local bodies. All naval counterintelligence matters were transferred to the jurisdiction of the Special Department. During 1919, organizational measures were taken to create a military and naval counterintelligence system in the form of special departments. From the first days, the special departments began operational search activities in units and formations of the Red Army and Navy. In May 1919, military counterintelligence officers of the Petrograd garrison and the Baltic Fleet, employees of the Petrovka, thwarted the attempt of the conspirators to turn the guns of the ships and forts of the Kronstadt fortress against the troops of the Red Army, opening the way for Yudenich to Petrograd. 51. Military counterintelligence. History, events, people vs. Khristoforov, S.A., Korenkov, L.U., Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, pp. 47-48. In order to strengthen the leadership of the Special Department of the Cheka, on August 27, by order of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic, F.E. was appointed to the post of its chairman. Dzerzhinsky, leaving him in the posts of chairman of the Cheka and People's Commissar of Internal Affairs. At the end of August 1919, the head of the naval forces A.P. Zelenoy and members of the Revolutionary Military Council joined the RVSR 52 Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic RVSR Revolutionary Military Council in 1918-1934 authority whose tasks included managing the construction of the armed forces of the Soviet Republic, their supply, formation, recruitment and training. Created on September 6, 1918 on the basis of the decree of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee of September 2, 1918 on the transformation of the country into a single military camp, which indicated that the RVSR would become the head of all fronts and all military institutions. LD was appointed chairman of the RVSR. Trotsky, with a proposal to recreate naval counterintelligence in the form of a special department of the Baltic Fleet. However, this proposal, sent from the RVSR for conclusion to F.E. Dzerzhinsky, remained unanswered. At the same time, reality urgently dictated an urgent solution to this issue, and in 1920 the reconstruction of maritime counterintelligence agencies began. The formation of the naval branch of the Special Department of the Cheka and its local units took place in difficult conditions. Throughout its history, the Baltic Fleet has been one of the main operational tactical naval formations of the Russian state. Given the strategic position of the Baltic theater, the fleet has always been the focus of attention of the military political leadership of the Russian Soviet state. The Baltic Fleet was primarily replenished with new warships. Its units and formations tested new naval equipment, including mine torpedo weapons and communications equipment. Compared to other fleets, the replenishment of the Baltic Fleet with equipment and personnel proceeded more intensively. On May 19, 1920, commander of the naval forces of the Republic V. Nemitz 53, Nemitz Alexander Vasilievich 1879-1967, former Rear Admiral, participant in the First World War. In 1917, commander of the Black Sea Fleet, Commander of the Naval Forces of the Republic from February 5, 1920 to November 22, 1922. Vice Admiral 1941. Sent a report to the Chairman of the Revolutionary Military Council of the Republic (RVSR) LD. Trotsky, in which, petitioning for the appointment of FF as head of the naval forces of the Baltic Fleet, Raskolnikov wrote, "The Baltic Fleet, due to the major historical shock we are experiencing, and also because until now, as it seems to me, the attention of organizing centers has not been sufficiently focused on it, is in a very unsatisfactory state. It is necessary to persistently and systematically carry out a series of measures to bring the said fleet into combat readiness." 54 F. 33987, up to D. 109, L. 256. For these purposes A.V. Nimitz asked to abolish the Revolutionary Military Council of the Baltic Fleet as a form of military command that interferes with the implementation of the orders of the center, and also to appoint a politically authoritative and truly militarily capable person as the head of the naval forces of the Baltic Fleet, proposing FF as a candidate for this position. Raskolnikov. Further, he asked to replenish the huge shortage of non-command personnel of the Baltic Fleet, to supply it with coal and liquid fuel, to improve the work of factories fulfilling the orders of the fleet. 55 Kronstadt tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In two books, Book 2, M. 1999, p. 340-343. July 8, 1920 FF. Raskolnikov took command of the Baltic Fleet and began work to improve the combat effectiveness of the fleet and strengthen discipline, which was actively carried out in the summer and autumn of 1920. For these purposes, orders were issued prohibiting leave on ships, units and institutions without the permission of fleet headquarters, determined procedure for going ashore on weekends, no more than 15% of the vessel's available personnel, and on weekdays to arrange private affairs no more than 3% in Petrograd and Kronstadt. 56 Russian State Administration of the Navy, FR 92, Op. 22, D. 86, L. 9. Fleet Commander FF. Raskolnikov forbade the commanders of ships and military units from sending detachments to purchase food, and also sought from them to restore order in the provision of clothing and food allowances. These measures were unpopular among the personnel and caused discontent among the sailors of FF. Raskolnikov. This became clear soon after the Central Commission under the Political Directorate of the Baltic Fleet carried out in September-October 1920 the re-registration of members of the RCP-B fleet and the issuance of a single party card to them. The results of the re-registration showed that about 22% of the members of the RCP-B of the Baltic Fleet dropped out or were expelled from the party membership, and in the party organizations of the Kronstadt base and fortress, the number of those who dropped out and were expelled from their party ranks was even higher, 27.6%. Some of those who left the party were Latvians and Estonians and wanted to go home to Latvia and Estonia. 57 Kronstadt tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In two books, Book 1, M. 1999, p. 47. On October 23, 1920, the Council of Labor and Defense adopted a resolution on the revival of the Baltic Fleet. The Petrograd Council of Deputies and the Petrograd Defense Committee were instructed to pay special attention to accelerating work on the restoration of the Baltic Fleet. In order to find out the moral and political state of the personnel of the Baltic Fleet, on December 2, 1920, a representative of the Special Department of the Cheka (VD) went to Kronstadt. Feldman. Already on December 10, he sent a report to the Special Department of the Cheka, in which he noted that the fatigue of the masses of the Baltic Fleet, caused by the intensity of political life and economic turmoil, aggravated by the need to pump out from this mass the most persistent element hardened in the revolutionary struggle on the one hand, and dilution the remnants of these elements, an amorphous, politically backward addition, and sometimes downright politically unreliable, changed to some extent understand the political physiognomy of the Baltic Fleet for the verse 58, Central Asia of the FSB, of Russia, F1, Op. 4, D. 472, L. 3940. The mood of the Baltic Fleet sailors was associated with the hope of early demobilization due to the end of the war, an improvement in their material and moral condition, as well as a desire for rest. Anything that interfered with the achievement of these desires or lengthened the path to them caused dissatisfaction. The sailors' dissatisfaction was also due to the fact that the ships Sevastopol 59, Sevastopol, the lead ship of a series of battleships Ganget, Petropavlovsk, Poltava, launched in 1914, displacement 23,000 tons, speed 23 knots, 42.6 km per hour, armament 12,305 mm, 16,120 mm and 447 mm guns, 4 torpedo tubes, crew 32 officers and 1,094 sailors. The ship's crew took an active part in the events of March 1921. On March 31, the ship was renamed the Paris Commune until 1943. During the Great Patriotic War, he took part in the defense of Sevastopol. Expelled from the fleet in 1956, Petropavlovsk 60, Petropavlovsk, battleship of the Baltic Fleet, launched in 1914. Technical data, like the battleship Sevastopol, the ship's crew initiated the events of March 1921. On March 31, the battleship was renamed and bore the name Marat until 1943. During the Great Patriotic War, he supported ground forces near Leningrad with artillery fire. In 1950-1953, a non-self-propelled training ship called Volkhov later excluded from the fleet, and others were transferred from Petrograd to Kronstadt, Cincinnati. Petersburg Life is Easier and More Fun 61, Kronstadt Tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In 2 books. Book 1, M. 1999, p. 48. The majority of sailors and Red Army soldiers in Kronstadt came from peasant backgrounds who continued to live by the sentiments of the rural population and were sensitive to political fluctuations in the countryside, dissatisfaction with the remaining surplus appropriation system, the actions of detachments in the countryside. V. Feldman emphasized that the discontent of the Baltic Fleet masses is aggravated by letters from their homeland, which contained complaints about the severity of life, indications of voluntary and involuntary injustices, and the actions of local authorities. The sailors of Kronstadt complained about depressing news from their homeland, the confiscation of horses and cows, grain reserves, basic necessities, as well as repressions against relatives. 62. Kronstadt Tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In 2 books. Book 1, M. 1999, p. 48. The dissatisfaction of the ordinary mass of Kronstadters, including workers, with the actions of the Bolshevik government was aggravated by the difficult conditions of their own service and work, and acute irritation from the benefits and privileges enjoyed by numerous commissars. In turn, the commissars, carried away by the noisy internal party discussions of that time, paid little attention to the political sentiments of the sailors, Red Army soldiers and workers of the island military base cut off from the mainland, although there was more than enough information about this. V.D. Feldman noted that more than 40% of the members of the RCPB, Baltic Fleet organizations, left the party due to religious beliefs, depressed by fatigue from the political struggle, disappointment in a better future, and some simply tore up their party cards. V.D. Feldman made the following conclusions. The general position of the political physiognomy of the Baltic Fleet is characterized by fatigue, a thirst for rest, and hope for speedy demobilization. The dissatisfaction caused by the delay in the rapid fulfillment of desires is aggravated by letters from the localities, remains in a hidden form, and is of a general nature. The dissatisfaction caused by Raskolnikov in connection with his work, which reached its apogee in September, decreased by the end of 1920. A representative of the Special Department of the Cheka considered it necessary to bring the tops closer to the bottom by making the top levels more accessible to everyone, to eliminate some of the privileges enjoyed by the fleet headquarters, raise the level of political work and its management, resolve the issue with Latvians, Estonians and other foreigners, immediately remove anarchists from the Baltic fleet, transfer the penal company from Kronstadt to another place where deserters, petty thieves and other violators of discipline were sent. V. Feldman, on the one hand, positively assessed the activities of the special branch of the Kronstadt fortress, including on the provision of information. On the other hand, he noted that the naval branch of the OOVCHK does not at all meet its goals, tasks or means of achieving. Complete lack of material on the ground, connections with these places, poor understanding of the work. 63. Kronstadt tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In 2 books. Book 1, M. 1999, p. 50-51. Meanwhile, the conflict between the Baltic Fleet Command and the sailors continued to develop. January 14, 1921 FF. Raskolnikov and the head of the political department of the Baltic Fleet EI. BTIS sent a telegram to the Central Committee of the RCP, B. Lenin, Trotsky, Skliansky, Galis about the threat of losing the combat capability of the fleet in connection with the discussion about trade unions in the party organizations of sailors. The telegram was prepared after a meeting of communist sailors at the Petrograd Naval Base. At the meeting, a discussion developed on the issue of trade unions among the communists of the Baltic Fleet, which, in the opinion of the Fleet Command, took extremely dangerous forms. One group of communists opposed military discipline, and the second declared the inapplicability of military methods in the construction of the Red Fleet. 64. Khristoforov vs. Kronstadt 1921 star. 2011. No. 5. p. 118-119. Due to the fact that the conflict of interests of F.F. Raskolnikov's position as a communist and commander of the Baltic Fleet continued, and it was impossible to draw a demarcation line. On January 23, 1921, he submitted a report asking for his resignation, stating that further stay in the Baltic Fleet was impossible for him. January 27 FF. Raskolnikov was relieved of his post as commander of the Baltic Sea Fleet. 65. Kronstadt tragedy of 1921. Documentation. In 2 books. Book 1, M. 1999, p. 55-56. In December 1920 VD. Feldman, reporting to the leadership of military counterintelligence on the moral and political state of the Baltic Fleet personnel, assessed the work of the naval branch of the OOVCHK unsatisfactorily. He believed that this military counterintelligence unit did not meet its goals or objectives, did not have materials about the situation on the ground, did not maintain contacts with local bodies of the Cheka, and in general had a poor idea of the work. 66. IBED, pp. 50-51. In order to take control of the situation in Kronstadt, the chairman of the All-Russian Central Executive Committee, MI, spoke to the sailors on March 1, 1921. Kalanin. There was no reliable information about the situation in the Baltic Fleet either in political bodies or in the bodies of the Cheka. So, on March 2, Deputy Chairman of the PGCHK Yaji, Vasil reported to the Cheka that everything is calm in Petrograd, most factories are working. The sailers of the ships Petropavlovsk and Sevastopol formed a revcom of 3 people and a commission for re-election to the council. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon on March 2, sailors arrested Kuzmin and a number of communists. The telephone and telegraph are in the hands of the sailors. 67. Khristoforov vs. Kronstadt 1921 star. 2011. No. 5. p. 122. From a military point of view, Kronstadt was a naval fortress located on the island of Kotlin, reinforced by two groups of forts blocking the straits between the islands and the mainland. The northern group of forts was the strongest in terms of the number of forts, quantity and power of weapons, and consisted of Forts Totaliban, Krasnoarmysky and 7 numbered forts. The southern group consisted of Forts Milutin, Kronstadt and 2 southern batteries. In addition, there was a reef fort in the northwestern corner of Kotlin Island. There were 2 battleships in the military harbor, Sevastopol and Petropavlovsk, which had powerful weapons. These ships could reinforce any group of forts, but due to ice conditions in February-March 1921, only the southern group of forts were reinforced. The dissatisfaction of the sailors and soldiers of the Kronstadt garrison and the crews of a number of Baltic Fleet ships resulted in their anti-Soviet protest in February and March under the slogans "Power to the Soviets, not parties. Soviets without communists," in which more than 27,000 people took part. On March 2, the Provisional Revolutionary Committee was formed, the chairman of which was elected a clerk from the battleship Petropavlovsk SM. Petrikenko. All power passed to the Revcom. On March 3, the Kronstadt Defense Headquarters was formed. The Central Committee of the RCP-B and the Council of People's Commissars of the RSFSR took a number of measures to suppress the uprising. On March 2, a state of siege was introduced in Petrograd. To defeat the rebels on March 5, the 7th Army was recreated, the command of which was entrusted to M.N. Tukhachevsky. By a resolution of the Council of Labor and Defense of March 4, the Kronstadters were recognized as rebels. After careful and comprehensive preparation, the troops of the 7th Army, supported by naval artillery fire from the Baltic Fleet and airstrikes, began the second assault on the morning of March 17. The resistance of the defenders of Kronstadt was broken. The leaders of the Provisional Revolutionary Committee fled to Finland. In March-April 1921, the Military Tribunal, the Emergency Troika, and later the Presidium of the Petrograd Gubkek, the board of the Special Department for the Protection of the Finnish Border, the Emergency Troika of the Kronstadt Special Department, as well as the Revolutionary Tribunal of the Petrograd Military District examined the cases against the participants in the Kronstadt events. 2,103 people were sentenced to capital punishment, 6,459 people were sentenced to various terms of punishment, and 1,464 people were released. 68 KFSB of Russia, D. 114,728, D. 1A, L. 1314. In the course of further reform of the military and naval counterintelligence bodies, the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet, by order of the OGPU of the USSR dated February 19, 1924 No. 11540, from March 1, was reorganized into the Naval Department of the Special Branch of the Plenipotentiary Representation of the OGPU for the Leningrad Military District. 69, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 132, L. 68A, by order No. 87 of May 19, 1920, the Cheka established a special department for the coast of the Black and Azov Seas. 70, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 11, L. 78, and a year later, a similar body in the Baltic Fleet. Around the same time, a naval branch was created in the OO at the Cheka in Moscow. Subsequently, depending on the internal political situation in the country and the situation in the Army and Navy, structural and personnel reorganizations took place in the system of Army and Navy special departments. In general, they were aimed at improving the work of naval counterintelligence officers as well as creating optimal conditions for practical operational work. In accordance with the order of the Cheka No. 81 of March 31, 1921, the Special Department of the Black and Azov Sea Coast was disbanded and all personnel were transferred to the Tsapkazvichkom of Ukraine. 71, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1D. 33, L. 150. During the Civil War, the fleet of Soviet Russia was significantly weakened and was in critical condition. Naval forces in the Black Sea, the Far East and the North were virtually destroyed. Only the Baltic fleet retained its ship composition, but it was also in dire straits. The material part of the ships, coastal batteries and naval aviation was worn out and needed major repairs and restoration. During the Civil War, reserves of weapons, ammunition and material resources were used up. Shipbuilding and repair plants, arsenals and workshops did not work. Basic structures were destroyed. In March 1921, at the ex-Congress of the RCP, a decision was made to restore and strengthen the Workers' and Peasants' Red Fleet (RKKF). Staffing the fleet and their training, restoration of the ship's personnel, coastal defense, ports, bases, rear of the shipbuilding industry, repair base, development of the theory of naval art. First of all, it was necessary to begin restoring the Baltic and Black Sea fleets, which was caused by their importance in the defense of important regions of Russia, as well as economic interests. The need to establish trade and shipping with the countries of Western Europe, the shortest and most important routes for Russia to the economically developed countries of Europe passed through the Baltic and Black Seas. In 1921, the Council of People's Commissars adopted a resolution on state shipbuilding which provided for the unification of shipbuilding plants and the creation of a shipbuilding administration. The restoration of the Petrograd and Kronstadt military ports, which carried out ship repair and repair of naval weapons, began. In 1922, it was possible to begin repairing warships, auxiliary, commercial and fishing vessels. An important stage in the construction of the Red Army and Navy was the military reform carried out in 1924-1925. During the reform, the central apparatus of the People's Commissariat was reorganized. In particular, the Directorate of the Naval Forces of the Red Army was created and the post of Chief of the Naval Forces of the USSR was introduced, to whom the revolutionary military councils and the chiefs of the naval forces of the seas were directly subordinate. The state of the economy of Soviet Russia did not allow the construction of new ships, so the restoration and repair of ships and coastal batteries, the completion of ships that were in the final stages of construction and provided with ready-made mechanisms and weapons were actively carried out. The period of restoration of the Soviet fleet ended around 1927. By this time the restoration of ships, coastal batteries, military ports was completed and the development of naval aviation began. On February 6, 1922, the All-Russian Central Executive Committee adopted a resolution on the abolition of the All-Russian Extraordinary Commission and on the rules for conducting searches, seizures and arrests and the formation of the State Political Administration (GPU) under the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs of the RSFSR 72, United States Political Administration (OGPU) under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. In 1923-1934, a state security body formed on the basis of the main political directorate of the NKVD of the RSFSR. The tasks of the OGPU under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR included the fight against counter-revolution and banditry, the fight against espionage, the protection of railways and waterways, the protection of the borders of the USSR, the fight against smuggling, and conducting counterintelligence work in units and formations of the Red Army and the Red Army. Subordinate to the OGPU under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR were such organizations as the Special Purpose Underwater Expedition (EPRON) and the Dynamo Sports Society. The GPU system retained special departments of military districts, fleets, armies and special departments of corps, divisions and important communications centers, but they were also reorganized. On July 12, 1922, the GPU order on the tasks of the special departments in connection with the reorganization of the GPU bodies was issued, which required the special departments to comprehensively cover the life of the Red Army and the Red Fleet fleet, identify shortcomings, abnormal phenomena, unhealthy moods of military units, unrest, prevention of shortcomings, phenomena and sentiments that adversely affect the normal life and activities of units and subunits, widespread analysis of these shortcomings and the causes that give rise to them, as well as the suppression of malfeasance in the troops and military institutions. 73. Military Counterintelligence, History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov, S.A., Korenkov, L.U., Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, p. 60. In view of the need for careful monitoring of the state of the Black Sea Fleet and intensifying the fight against the element of disintegration in it, as well as for the purpose of uniting this work in one GPU body, on February 20, 1923, by order of the GPU No. 68, a special department of the Black Sea Fleet was organized in the city of Sevastopol. Yakov Grigorievich Gorin, the former head of the Special Department of the Volga Military District, was appointed head of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet. 74. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 66. On 1. D. 116. L. 463. February 2, 1926. The Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet was transferred from the GPU of Crimea and subordinated to the OGPU. Soon the name of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet was changed, in accordance with the order of the OGPU of the USSR dated August 9, 1926 No. 164-59. The Special Department became known as the OGPU Naval Forces and Coastal Defense of the Black Sea and as OGSES. 75. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 23. The formation of naval counterintelligence bodies was also underway in the Far East. On June 23, 1923, by order of the Deputy Chairman of the GPU, a special maritime department with a staff of 6 employees was organized at the Primorsky Provincial Department of the GPU, which operated until October 1, 1926. Taking into account the rapidly growing Pacific Fleet in order to resolve issues of ensuring its security. On May 3, 1932, by order of the OGPU, the staff of a new counterintelligence unit was announced, the Special Branch of the Naval Forces of the Far East, MSDV. 76. Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 237, L. 139. On July 31, 1932, the department was renamed the Special Department of the MSDV in 1934 into the OONKVD of the Pacific Fleet. 77. Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 243, L. 253. Order No. 62 of February 20, 1923 announced the staff of the Special Department of the Northern Fleet, which was reorganized in September 1933 into the Special Department of the Flotilla of the Naval Forces of the Northern Seas. 78. Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 271, L. 229. In 1937, by Order No. 00514, this special department, after the liquidation of the OGPU, subordinate to the Gugben KVD of the USSR, was transformed into the Special Department of the Northern Fleet with 27 employees. The same order created a special branch in Arkhangelsk. 79. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 387, L. 8587. On July 10, 1934, the All-Union People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs was formed. The OGLU under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR was abolished, and on the basis of its operational and security departments, the main Directorate of State Security was created, which became part of the NKVD of the USSR. The main Directorate of the NKVD of the USSR included 9 departments. departments including the Special Department, whose staff number was 225 people. According to the order of the NKVD of the USSR on the organization of local NKVD bodies dated July 13, 1934, the special departments and special branches of the OGPU formations and units of the Red Army and the Red Army were renamed, respectively, to the special departments and special branches of the main Directorate of State Security of the NKVD, with direct subordination special departments of the State Security Department of the Republican regional departments of the NKVD, to manage special departments of the NKVD and carry out the tasks assigned to the special departments of the central apparatus of the People's Commissariat of Defense of the USSR, the People's Commissariat of the Navy and the main Directorate of Border and Internal Troops of the NKVD of the USSR. A special department of the NKVD of the USSR Army and Navy was organized, which is part of the main Directorate State Security of the NKVD of the USSR. In the locations of the directorates of military districts, individual armies and fleets, special departments of the NKVD of districts, individual armies and fleets were created, directly subordinate to the special department of the NKVD of the USSR. At army groups, corps, flotillas, divisions and brigades, fortified areas and large military installations, military schools, warehouses, etc. Special departments, groups and authorized persons of the NKVD were created, subordinate in all respects to the corresponding special departments of the NKVD of the military district of a separate army or navy. On December 25, 1936, the Special Department of the GUGB began to be called the 5th Department of the GUGB of the NKVD of the USSR. On March 28, 1938, the Politburo of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks made a decision on the next reorganization of the NKVD and the liquidation of the GUGB. The new structure of the NKVD of the USSR was announced by order of the NKVD of the USSR No. 00362 of June 9, 1938. It included 3 departments. First, State Security. Second, Special Departments. Third, Transport and Communications. 80. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 66. On. 1. D. 421. L. 137-145. The activities of the special departments of the fleets were regulated by the joint order of the NKVMF and the NKVD of the USSR No. 005607 dated January 17, 1939, which defined special tasks to combat counter-revolution, espionage, sabotage and all kinds of anti-Soviet manifestations in the workers' and peasants' Red Army, the military, navy and border and internal troops of the NKVD. The heads of special departments of fleets, flotillas and formations in them were appointed by the People's Commissar of Internal Affairs of the USSR in agreement with the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy. The appointment of intelligence officers of special departments at units on ships in fleet formations, flotillas, military educational institutions and warehouses was coordinated with the military councils of the fleets, commanders and military commissars of the flotillas. The appointment of the head of the special department of the NKVD of the USSR, heads of special departments of fleets, flotillas and heads of special departments of fleet formations is also announced by order of the People's Commissar of the USSR Navy. In addition, the Special Department of the NKVD of the USSR carried out special tasks of the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR and the People's Commissar of the Navy, and locally, the military councils of the corresponding districts, armies and fleets, commanders and military commissars of flotillas. The head of the Special Department of the NKVD of the USSR was instructed to promptly and comprehensively inform the People's Commissariat of the Navy of the USSR, the People's Commissar, his deputies, and on certain issues at the direction of the People's Commissar of the Navy, the heads of the central departments of the People's Commissariat of the Navy, about all the shortcomings in the state of the units of the Workers' and Peasants' Navy and about all manifestations of enemy work, as well as about all available compromising materials and information on military personnel, especially on commanding officers. On the ground, special departments of fleets inform the relevant military councils, special departments of the NKVD of flotillas and fleet formations, the commanders and commissars of flotillas of the corresponding fleet formations, and intelligence officers at individual units, institutions and establishments of the RKVMF, the corresponding commanders and commissars of these units. The heads of special departments and divisions of flotillas and fleet formations were part of military political meetings and informed these meetings about shortcomings in the political and moral state of the units, their combat training and supplies. 81. Central Asia FSB of Russia, F. 66, on 1, D. 466, L. 173-178. The management system for ensuring state security and maintaining law and order in the Soviet Union on the eve of the Great Patriotic War was a multi-level and multi-linked hierarchical structure in the form of the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs of the USSR. By the beginning of 1941, the NKVD of the USSR was a multi-branch administrative oversight body, the structure of which included units involved in ensuring state security, intelligence, counterintelligence work, including in the system of GAZ and the NKVMF, the fight against anti-Soviet activities, protection of senior state officials, encryption business, political control, protection of public order, law enforcement, border, internal, fire protection, organization of execution of punishment, maintenance of prisons, forced labor camps, labor settlements, and labor use of prisoners and special settlers, economic and scientific technical activities. The cumbersome structure of the NKVD of the USSR and the diversity of its functions created significant problems in managing state security. In an effort to change the situation, at the beginning of February 1941, the State Security Management System was reformed. By a decree of the Presidium of the Supreme Soviet of the USSR dated February 3, the NKVD of the USSR was divided into the People's Commissariat of Internal Affairs, People's Commissar, LP. Beria, and the People's Commissariat of State Security, NKGB, People's Commissar, VN. Merkelov. Both People's Commissariats were Union Republican. According to the decree of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR dated February 8, 1941, special departments of the main directorate of the GBNKVD of the USSR were transferred to the jurisdiction of the People's Commissariat of Defense and the People's Commissariat of the Navy, within which third departments of NPAS and NKVMF were formed, reporting directly to the corresponding People's Commissars. As part of the implementation of this resolution, a joint order was issued by the NKVD of the USSR and the NKGB of the USSR dated February 12, 1941, which regulated the procedure for transferring cases to the counterintelligence units of various departments. 82. Military counterintelligence. History, events, people vs. Khristoforov, S.A., Korenkov, L.U., Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, p. 74. The newly formed Third Directorate of the NKVMF was entrusted with the tasks of preventing and suppressing espionage, sabotage, and anti-Soviet manifestations in the fleet. Divisional Commissioner I was appointed head of the Third Directorate of the NKVMF. Petrov. Corresponding transformations were carried out in special departments of fleets and military flotillas. The Special Department of the Northern Fleet was reorganized into the Third Department of the Northern Fleet Headquarters and the Special Department of the Pacific Fleet into the Third Department of the Pacific Fleet Headquarters. Corresponding reorganizations also took place in the counterintelligence structures of the Amur, Danube, Caspian and Pinsk flottillas. The heads of the third divisions in fleets, flottillas and below had double subordination. Along the line of command and along the entire vertical of the 3rd Directorate of the NKVMF, to coordinate the activities of intelligence and counterintelligence of various departments, combat the anti-Soviet element, develop general methods of work, give instructions on individual cases and requests affecting the interests of the relevant bodies of the NKGB, GAZ, NKVMF and NKVD, and resolve emerging disagreements. He was in Moscow. The Central Council was formed to coordinate the intelligence, operational and investigative work of the NKGB, the 3rd Department of the NKVD and the 3rd Directorates of the People's Commissariat of Defense and the People's Commissariat of the Navy, which included the People's Commissars of State Security and Internal Affairs, the heads of the 3rd Directorates of the NPO and the NKVMF. Similar councils from representatives of the NKGB, NKVD and 3rd Departments of the NGO and NKVMF were created in military districts 83. In some publications, the Central Council for coordinating the agent operational and investigative work of the NKGB, the 3rd Department of the NKVD and the 3rd Directorates of the People's Commissariat of Defense and the People's Commissariat of the Military Marine Fleet is erroneously called the Central Council for coordinating the activities of the NKGB and the NKVD to combat anti-Soviet elements, which significantly distorts the purpose of creating this coordinating body in the field of ensuring state security. See Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945, in 12 volumes, T. 2 M. 2012, p. 593, T. 6 M. 2013, p. 149. The Central and Local Councils for coordinating the intelligence, operational and investigative work of the NKGB, the 3rd Department of the NKVD and the 3rd Directorates of the NCO and NKVMF were convened as operational, organizational and other issues accumulated to be resolved at a meeting of the councils, but at least once a month. 84. C. Instructions of the Central Council for coordinating the intelligence, operational and investigative work of the NKGB, the 3rd Department of the NKVD and the 3rd Directorates of the People's Commissariat of Defense and the People's Commissariat of the Navy, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F. 14, on 1, D. 1. The organization of interaction was based on the mutual exchange of operational information, the development of unity of action and compliance with common forms, methods in the intelligence and investigative work of the NKGB, the 3rd Directorates of the NGO and the NKVMF and the 3rd Department of the NKVD. For these purposes, the NKGB sent to the 3rd Directorates of the NCO and the NKVMF and the 3rd Department of the NKVD orders and directives on intelligence and investigative work, orientations about the counter-revolutionary activities of foreign intelligence services, uncovered counter-revolutionary formations and methods of their subversive activities in the USSR, intelligence, investigative and other materials on military attaches, military advisors, plenipotentiary representatives of the USSR abroad, instructors of government agencies and employees of intelligence agencies of the Army and Navy, orders, manuals, instructions, NKGB programs for special training. Reform of military and naval counterintelligence was slow due to the low level of cooperation between the intelligence services. On April 19, 1941, a resolution was adopted by the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, which pointed out shortcomings in the unity of action. Employees of the NKGB apparatus of the USSR were involved in coordinating operational investigative work, giving them broad powers. The positions of deputy chiefs, who were directly subordinate to the corresponding chiefs of the NKGB, for territoriality with simultaneous subordination to the heads of the 3rd units of the Army and Navy. This dual subordination was justified by the interests of coordinating work. 85. Military counterintelligence. History, events, people vs. Khristoforov, S.A., Korenkov, L.U., Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, p. 75. On May 29, the Central Council for the Coordination of Undercover Operations and Investigative Work approved an instruction that established the procedure for joint activities. The NKGB of the USSR became the main unit in the organization of intelligence and counterintelligence work. The central and local councils were convened as operational, organizational and other issues accumulated, but at least once a month. It was important to achieve the prompt exchange of intelligence and counterintelligence information, maintain unity of action and comply with common forms, methods in the operational and investigative work of the NKGB, NKVD, Third Directorates of NPAS and NKVMF. For these purposes, the People's Commissariat of State Security sent to the Third Directorates of the NPO and the NKVMF and the Third Department of the NKVD orders and directives on operational and investigative work, orientations about the counter-revolutionary activities of foreign intelligence services, uncovered counter-revolutionary formations and methods of their subversive activities in the USSR, materials on military attaches, military advisors of USSR embassies abroad, instructors of government agencies of the Mongolian People's Republic and employees of the intelligence agencies of the Red Army and Navy. Orders, training manuals, instructions, programs of the NKGB of the USSR for operational activities. Chapter 3. Confrontation with foreign special services. From the very first years of its existence, the military fleet of Soviet Russia was in the area of close interest of the British, German, Romanian, Finnish, French, Japanese and other intelligence services of foreign states. This was evidenced by documents that were at the disposal of Soviet military and naval counterintelligence. Thus, in February 1921, a foreign agent sent to the Special Department of the Czech a message on the appearance in Revel of documents on the state of the Baltic Fleet with a copy of the document attached. From the received materials, it was clear that the enemy had complete information about the number of our naval forces in the Baltic, the technical condition and armament of the ships 86 Central Asia FSB of Russia, F1, Op. 5, D. 232, L. 14. Other reliable evidence of German intelligence awareness of the state of the Soviet Navy was received somewhat later. Thus, on March 27, 1945, employees of the Smersh Counterintelligence Directorate of the First Belarusian Front arrested former career German intelligence officer Kurt Jank on his estate, from whom a large archive was seized during a search. Copies of intelligence reports, certificates and messages, as well as some German official documents. A significant place in the archive of a professional intelligence officer was occupied by intelligence reports from the period of the 1920-1930s, in which a significant place was devoted to the state of the Soviet Navy. The implementation of the USSR shipbuilding program, the conduct of naval exercises, the state of the coastal defense of the Navy, the personnel training system, political and moral, the condition of the fleet personnel. For example, an intelligence report dated September 1, 1928, transmitted to German intelligence under the heading Top Secret, provided data on submarines that were under construction. Thus, an observer sent by Agent N discovered 3 submarines under construction in one of the Leningrad docks, the construction of which was carefully camouflaged and guarded. According to the observer, construction work was coming to an end. 87 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. Odd N 20415, T3, L 15. An analysis of the seized documents showed that German intelligence had well-trained agents who provided reliable information. During the investigation, it was also established that part of the intelligence reports about the USSR Navy came to Yank from intelligence officers of France, Great Britain and Latvia, who themselves conducted active intelligence work against the Soviet Union. Thus, in November 1922, an overseas source of the INO-GPU sent to Moscow a copy of a review prepared by French intelligence on the Russian-Soviet fleet. Sending the data, the source said, "I present this review as 1. Giving an idea of French observations and the collection of information by French agents on the naval side. 2. Showing that the French government has its agents in Russia itself. 3. Warning against outsider study of the fairway from the open sea through Kronstadt to Petrograd 88, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F2 on 1 D 559 L 3738, actively engaged in the extraction of intelligence information, including about the Soviet Navy, shipbuilding and repair plants in the cities of Leningrad and Murmansk. The German military attaché in the USSR Otto Hartmann, who had extensive connections among German, Austrian and Soviet specialists working in the USSR at defense industry facilities. On August 10, 1934, employees of the 7th Department of the Special Department of the Gugben KVD of the USSR on suspicion of espionage for German intelligence arrested German and Austrian specialists FK and GK, as well as one citizen of the USSR PPB, from whom were confiscated a diagram of Sevastopol, plans of Leningrad and Murmansk with the designation of factories of defense significance, military institutions, airfields, power plants, a list with the names of 45 ships and 24 license plates, ships, notes about construction shipyards and companies where steamships and ships were built. The detainees testified that they were collecting intelligence information on the instructions of the Maritime Department of the State Secret Police Gestapo of Germany 89, Central Asia FSB of Russia. F3 on 1 D 97. Naval counterintelligence recorded that the maneuvers of the Baltic Fleet in 1926-1927 and his great voyage across the Baltic Sea attracted the attention of specialists of foreign fleets, who noted that the work of the Soviet Baltic Fleet in September 1926 reached its climax. Foreigners noted significant progress in the development of the Baltic Fleet, especially its intelligence service, in which light units successfully collaborated with aviation. Foreigners recorded that night attacks accompanied by shooting took place without any accidents. 90. Kozlova Shlomin vs. the Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the heroic defense of Leningrad. p. 24. In the summer of 1927, naval counterintelligence officers identified a British intelligence agent in Kronstadt, former officer E. Klepikov, who served on one of the ships of the Baltic Fleet. One day, the Klepikov's apartment was visited by a former Cossack officer, Tejentsev, who had arrived in the USSR illegally from abroad. He gave the Klepikovs a letter of recommendation from relatives from Finland and invited them to supply the British with information about the Navy, promising large rewards for this. Klepikov and his wife agreed with Tejentsev's proposal, but after the first transfer of spy materials to an English intelligence officer, they were arrested by Kronstadt naval counterintelligence officers. During the search, a number of data on Soviet troops, a reference book on the USSR naval forces and several secret military orders were confiscated from the Klepikov's 91 military counterintelligence. History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov S.A. Korenkov L.U. Bondarenko and others. Book 1. M. 2008. p. 62. During the period of the Soviet-Chinese armed conflict, July 10-December 22, 1929, on the Chinese Eastern Railway, counterintelligence officers of the Far Eastern Military Flotilla 92, Far Eastern Military Flotilla 1926-1931. In 1900, on the Amur River, the Amur Military Flotilla was created as a temporary formation from armed commercial vessels, officially formalized in 1906. The main base is Khabarovsk. In December 1917 she went over to the side of the Soviet regime. It had 8 monitors, 10 gunboats, 10 armored boats and several auxiliary vessels. In September 1918, some of the ships of the flotilla were captured by Japanese invaders, the rest were sunk. Since April 1921, it has been subordinated to the headquarters of the Naval Forces of the Far Eastern Republic, FAR. From November 1922 to September 1926 as part of the Naval Forces of the Far East as the Amur River Military Flotilla. Since September 1926 it has been called the Far Eastern Military Flotilla. She took part in hostilities during the Sino-Soviet conflict of 1929 and in 1930 she was awarded the Order of the Red Banner. In June 1931 it was renamed the Amur Red Banner Military Flotilla. Supported combat operations during the battles with the Chinese Sungari Military Flotilla. In October 1929, a task force consisting of 8 employees of special departments participated in a military operation to capture the fortified city of Lhasa. Their tasks were to study and identify deficiencies in the combat readiness of troops, identifying and suppressing anti-Soviet manifestations, combating espionage and the facts of the transition of individual military personnel to the side of the enemy. The leadership of the task force was located on the flagship ship of the military flotilla, which made it possible to maintain contact with the command and the special department of the separate Far Eastern Army, but made it difficult to communicate with the authorities at the regiments. On October 12, 1929, the naval artillery of the Danube military flotilla suppressed the Chinese coastal batteries and units of the 2nd Division captured Lhasa by 15:00. By evening the troops returned to Soviet territory. October 30, November 2 the Far Eastern Military Flotilla, to which 2 regiments of the 2nd Division were quickly subordinated, entered the mouth of the Sungari River and, with the assistance of aviation, completely destroyed the remnants of the Chinese flotilla. The landing force that landed on the shore defeated enemy units and occupied the city. When the Soviet troops retreated, all its fortifications were blown up. 93 Military Counterintelligence. History, Events, People vs. Khristoforov S.A. Korenkov L.U. Bondarenko and others. Book 1. M. 2008. p. 65. By the mid-1930s. In the USSR, a strict administrative regime of total persecution of all persons who had any contact with foreigners was formed, which practically excluded any opportunity for foreign intelligence services to obtain information about the economic and defense potential of the USSR. Diplomatic, consular and trade missions of foreign states were under constant control of employees of Soviet counterintelligence units. All foreign diplomats and employees of embassies and consulates were registered. On January 1, 1939, there were a little more than 1.5 thousand diplomatic corps employees in the USSR, of which 1,129 people were in Moscow and more than 400 people in 24 consulates in different cities of the Soviet Union. 94 Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 in 12 wars. T6 Secret War, Intelligence and Counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War. M. 2013. p. 159. The diplomatic missions and consular offices of foreign states invariably included intelligence officers who used various forms of cover. As a rule, these were military, naval and air attaches and members of their apparatus. Other positions were also used for cover. NG speaks in detail about the opponents of the Soviet Navy in the second half of the 1930s. Kuznetsov 95 Admiral Kuznetsov, Moscow in the life and fate of a naval commander. Collection of documents and materials. M. 2000, p. 104. In the Baltic, Germany was considered an enemy in a bloc with Poland and Finland, with the possible participation of Estonia, Latvia and even Sweden on its side. The Baltic fleet was given the following tasks: to seize dominance over the Gulf of Finland in order to ensure the fleet's access to the Baltic Sea, destroy the enemy fleet, interrupt communications with the northern part of Sweden. On the Black Sea, the Navy was expecting attempts by large fleets to pass through the Bosphorus, and the desire of Germany and Italy to seize the resources of Romania and Turkey for the war with the USSR was considered. In the north, the German and Finnish fleets were expected to operate against the Soviet coast. The northern fleet was entrusted with protecting Soviet communications and attacking enemy communications. In the Far East, Japan was an obvious and powerful enemy. The primary tasks of the fleet were to protect the Soviet coast and communications from Nogaevo Bay to Poziet. The activities of Soviet and German intelligence and counterintelligence services were significantly influenced by changes in the international arena that took place in the late 1930s and early 1940s. The Munich Agreement 1938 Anglo-French-Soviet negotiations on mutual assistance in the event of aggression in Europe 1939 Signing of Soviet-German treaties 1939 Deployment of Soviet garrisons and naval bases on the territory of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania Soviet-Finnish War 1939-1940 Entry into the USSR of the Baltic countries 1940 Annexation of Bessarabia and Northern Bukovina to the USSR 1940 Soviet leaders sought to balance negotiations with England and France with contacts with Germany. Moscow had to make a difficult choice. As a result of the obvious failure of negotiations between the military missions of England, France and the USSR, and as the economic and credit agreement with Germany was successfully completed, Stalin considered it necessary to ensure the security of the Soviet Union to conclude a non-aggression pact between the USSR and Germany. August 23, 1939, 96 Chaberyanevo. The eve of the tragedy. Stalin and the international crisis. September 1939, June 1941, m. 2008, p. 2832. In accordance with the secret protocol signed on the same day on the boundaries of the spheres of interest of Germany and the USSR, the Baltic countries and Finland were included in the sphere of Soviet interests. After the conclusion of the non-aggression pact, intelligence work in Germany and counterintelligence work on German diplomatic and military missions on the territory of the Soviet Union was somewhat weakened. 97 Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945 in 12 vols. T. 6. Secret War, Intelligence and Counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War, m. 2013, p. 163. Proceedings of the Society for the Study of the History of Domestic Intelligence Services, T. 1m. 2006, p. 89. On September 1, 1939, the Wehrmacht army invaded Poland, following which Great Britain and France declared war on Germany. From the beginning of September, preparations began for units and formations of the Red Army and specially created NKVD operational groups from counterintelligence officers and officers of the NKVD troops for a campaign on the territory of Western Ukraine and Western Belarus. On the morning of September 17, 1939, units and formations of the Red Army and NKVD units crossed the border. For the Poles, the transition came as a complete surprise. Their intelligence, obviously, did not provide information about the concentration of the Red Army near the border. 98 See yesterday. Western Special Military District, late 1939, 1941. Documents and Materials. Minsk, 2007, pp. 32-33. By September 28-30, the Red Army troops, having advanced 250-350 km, occupied the territory of Poland allocated to the Soviet Union under a secret protocol with Germany. On September 28, 1939, a Soviet-German treaty on friendship and the border between the USSR and Germany and two secret protocols to it were signed in Moscow. These documents formalized the division of the territory of Poland between Germany and the USSR and decided the fate of the Baltic states. The reaction of the governments of Great Britain and France to the campaign of the Red Army and its occupation of western Ukraine and western Belarus was restrained. The new border generally coincided with the Curzon line, which the western countries themselves recommended as ethnographically appropriate back in 1920. The news of the conclusion of non-aggression treaties, friendship and border treaties between the Soviet Union and Germany in Kaunas, Riga and Tallinn was greeted with caution and caused great concern. In August, September and early October 1939, the Soviet government alternately held negotiations with the leaders of Lithuania, Latvia and Estonia, which were accompanied by Soviet diplomatic pressure and a show of military force. Large groups of Soviet troops deployed on the borders of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, tasked with delivering a powerful and decisive blow to the Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian troops. The Red Banner Baltic Fleet received the task of destroying the Estonian, Latvian, Lithuanian fleet, striking Estonian naval bases and facilitating the offensive of the ground forces of the Leningrad military district. By September 28, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet was put on full combat readiness in order to, having received an order, strike at the naval bases of Estonia, capture its fleet, preventing it from leaving for the neutral waters of Finland and Sweden, support ground forces on the coast with fire and have in view of the landing of troops by special order. In the event of a speech by Latvia or Lithuania, their fleet should also be captured. 99. Counter-USSR Baltics, War Without Rules 1939-1945, St. Petersburg 2011, p. 26. The Soviet scenario in negotiations with Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania was approximately the same. At first, the USSR offered obviously unacceptable conditions, then some concessions were made, which gave the Soviet leadership the opportunity to talk about respect for the negotiating partner. At the same time, there was an intensification of Soviet troops on the border. On September 28, 1939, a mutual assistance pact was signed between the USSR and Estonia, according to which the Republic of Estonia granted the Soviet Union the right to have naval bases on the Estonian islands of Saaremaa, Esel, Hiiumaa, Dago, and in the city of Paldiski, Baltic Port, Fleet and several airfields for aviation on lease. The number of Soviet garrisons could reach 25,000 people. On October 5, a mutual assistance agreement was signed between the USSR and Latvia. The Soviet Union received the right to create naval bases in Liepāja and Ventspils, ice-free ports of the Baltic Sea, and several airfields for aviation, as well as to build a coastal artillery base on the coast between the cities of Ventspils and Pietrags. The total number of garrisons was supposed to be 25,000 people. On October 10, the Soviet-Lithuanian agreement on the transfer of the city of Vilna and the Vilna region to the Lithuanian Republic and on mutual assistance between the Soviet Union and Lithuania was signed. Thus, Lithuania became the third state, along with the USSR and Germany, to take part in the division of Poland. The agreement gave the USSR the right to station Soviet troops on the territory of Lithuania and have garrisons in Vilika, Altas, Prini, as well as use 8 landing sites for aviation. Soviet ground and air forces numbering 20,000 people were stationed on Lithuanian territory. On October 11, the Soviet-Estonian Military Commission signed an agreement on the deployment of troops and the basing of the fleet in the areas of Paldiski, Haapsalu, on the islands of Esel and Dago. During the construction of the bases, the Red Banner Baltic Fleet received the right to be based in Rahukula and Tallinn for 2 years. The entry of Red Army units into Estonia began on October 18. As a result of negotiations between the Soviet-Latvian Military Commission, the basing points for Soviet troops were determined: Liepāja, Ventspils, Prekule and Pietrags. The agreement was signed on October 23, and on the same day the entry of Soviet naval forces into Latvia began. The cruiser Kirov, accompanied by the destroyers Smetlivy and Stremetlny, arrived in Lipa. On October 28, an agreement was signed on the deployment of Soviet troops in Lithuania in the areas of Novovelika, Prini, Gaizuni. Already in October 1939, a detachment of light forces, submarines and torpedo boats were relocated to Libau. 2 brigades of submarines were located in Tallinn 100, Kozlova, Shlomin vs. The Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the heroic defense of Leningrad, L. 1976, p. 43. The presence of Soviet military and naval contingents on the territory of the Baltic countries created favorable conditions for conducting intelligence activities of the intelligence services of Germany, England, France, the USA and other states. 101. Intelligence residencies of foreign states on the territory of the Baltic countries did not collect intelligence information about the Baltic countries, so they used patronage of the state authorities of the host countries. This was explained by the presence in the Baltic countries of a large number of people who had a negative attitude towards Soviet power. Nationalist sentiments were also very strong here. Nationalist organizations in Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia played a significant role in the political life of their states. The governments of the Baltic states relied on these organizations in pursuing their domestic policies, especially in the fight against the ideology of communism. The entry into Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania of units and formations of the Red Army and Navy forces served as a signal for the Baltic nationalist organizations to intensify their activities, and after the said Baltic republics entered the USSR, the nationalist forces went underground, continuing their anti-Soviet activities. A similar situation developed on the Karelian section of the Soviet border in Moldova, western Ukraine and western Belarus. The most active paramilitary pro-fascist organizations were Amakats, Katslit and Isamelit in Estonia and Azhargi in Latvia. In May 1941, in Latvia, with the active participation of the Germans, the anti-Soviet organization Latvijas Sarga was created, which included Latvians and Kulak White Guard elements. 102. Lidvanovmu, Sedunovavi, spies and saboteurs. The fight against Baltic espionage and nationalist gangs in the northwest of Russia. Skov, 2005, p. 167. According to Soviet intelligence services, German intelligence agencies in the second half of the 1930s, on the territory of the Baltic states, large-scale espionage work was launched against the USSR. Head of German military intelligence Admiral V. Canaris in 1936-1939 visited Estonia several times, met with the commander-in-chief of the Estonian army, Lederner, and negotiated with him on the organization of intelligence work, as well as on Estonia's position in the event of a clash between Germany and England, Germany and the Soviet Union. In March 1941, Soviet counterintelligence exposed the German intelligence station and the associated anti-Soviet nationalist organization TVS Sargs, whose main task was to unite all nationalist forces and prepare an armed uprising to overthrow Soviet power. The organization acquired weapons and military equipment and intended to establish closer ties with Germany, counting on its assistance during the armed uprising. This help, according to the leadership of TVS Sargs, was that Germany would declare war on the USSR and Latvian nationalists would raise an uprising in the rear of the Red Army. According to the resident of German intelligence in Latvia, H. Skink, TVS Sargs had political and military leadership as well as branches throughout the country. Former officers of the Latvian army and former Azhargi were involved in this nationalist organization. H. Skink noted that the ideology of the organization is Latvian National Socialism and it is ready to follow in the wake of German foreign policy. 103. State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. Collection of documents. T1. The Day Before. Book 2. M. 1995. p. 7980. Another organization operated in Latvia, Kauja organization Latvijas at Brivoni, Kola, which set the task of liberating Latvia by raising an armed uprising at the start of Germany's war against the USSR. In 1941, the leadership of the Kola organization and 82 of the most active members of the organization were arrested by the NKGB of the Latvian SSR. In 1940, the organizations Latvian People's Association and Latvian National Legion were created in Latvia, which also carried out illegal work and were preparing for an armed uprising at the time of the German attack on the USSR. After the entry of Soviet troops into Lithuania, Lithuanian nationalist organizations conducted organized anti-Soviet activities against the USSR. Lithuania's entry into the USSR led to the fact that most nationalist organizations, just like in Latvia, went underground or their members emigrated from the country. One of the organizers of anti-Soviet activities was the Minister of Foreign Affairs of Lithuania, who in June 1940 called on Lithuanian ambassadors to Western countries to fight against the restoration of Soviet power in the Baltic states. In November 1940, the nationalist organization Lietuvių Activist Frontas (LAF) was created in Germany. At the beginning of 1941, the LAF numbered 36,000 people. In March, anti-Soviet underground centers were created in several Lithuanian cities. After Estonia concluded a non-aggression pact with the USSR in 1939 and the entry of Soviet troops into the country, Estonian nationalist organizations began to prepare for the fight against the Soviet Union. Estonia's accession to the USSR in 1940 led to the fact that nationalist organizations went underground. One of the active nationalist organizations was the Estonian Salvation Committee, which set the task of overthrowing the Soviet system with the help of the German armed forces. The activities of the committee were coordinated by German and Finnish intelligence services through employees of the German Trust Management and a representative of the Neva company in Tallinn, as well as Finnish intelligence officers Kusk and Colonel Kazak. The organization consisted of separate secret groups of 5-8 people each. The Committee for the Salvation of Estonia paid special attention to the creation of underground cells in the Estonian units of the Red Army. In the spring of 1941, this underground organization of Estonian nationalists was liquidated by the Soviet state security agencies. In connection with the case, 119 people were arrested, including 21 servicemen of the Estonian units of the Red Army. A large amount of weapons and ammunition, 260 kg of explosives, and a radio transmitter with ciphers and codes were seized. Other nationalist organizations also operated in Estonia. At the University of Tartu, national personnel, which adhered to a pro-German orientation. In Uus-Narva, a youth organization preparing an armed uprising. Many organizations of the Baltic Germans, closely supervised by the Greater German Baltic Union under the leadership of Alfred Rosenberg, were engaged in espionage for Germany. In the Baltic states in 1936-1939, Canaris and other leaders of the German military intelligence Abwehr visited repeatedly 104 Proceedings of the Society for the Study of the History of Russian Special Services, T1 M. 2006, p. 96-100. The entry of Soviet troops into the Baltic countries did not mean the beginning of their Sovietization. The political leadership of the USSR demonstrated in every possible way that it did not intend to interfere in the internal affairs of Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. It was recommended that Soviet military personnel of various levels who were in the Baltic states take the same position. Thus, on October 25, 1939, K. Voroshilov issued a special order regulating the behavior of Soviet military personnel in the Baltic countries, preventing them from interfering in the internal affairs of foreign states and conducting communist propaganda, and also requiring them to make a good impression on the local population. The document emphasized, all personnel of our units must know for sure that, according to the Mutual Assistance Pact, our units are stationed and will live on the territory of a sovereign state in whose political affairs they have no right to interfere. Soviet military personnel, soldiers and officers were strictly forbidden to meet with workers and other organizations or organize joint meetings, concerts, receptions, etc. Military personnel were strictly forbidden to come into contact with the local population and tell them about life in the Soviet Union. Voroshilov drew attention to the fact that units of the Red Army were entering the territory of a foreign sovereign country. Soviet troops were going to Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania not for a short-term campaign, but for a long time. 105 Counter-UZ. Baltics, War Without Rules 1939-1945, SPB, 2011, p. 36. Military personnel of the Soviet Navy, while on the territory of Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, were ordered to strictly observe the orders of the People's Commissar of Defense of the USSR on the conduct of personnel on the territory of foreign states, in particular prohibiting interference in internal, inter-party and public affairs. It was up to the employees of the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet to ensure the safety of our sailors and protect them from sabotage and provocations in their places of deployment. On the eve of the entry of troops into the territory of Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, employees of special departments in units and formations of the Red Army and the Red Army carried out checks on personnel, diverting unreliable persons from sending them abroad. On October 19, 1939, Directive No. 459,594 of the NKVD of the USSR was issued on the organization of counterintelligence work in units of the Red Army and Navy stationed in Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania, sent to the heads of special departments of corps, squadrons and coastal defense. The directive noted that the presence of units of the Red Army and Navy on the territory of foreign states friendly to us with which mutual assistance agreements were concluded, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, created special conditions for their operational service. The NKVD of the USSR assumed that the intelligence agencies of foreign states will undoubtedly take all measures within their power to make extensive use of the opportunities opening up for them to penetrate into parts of the Red Army and the Red Army for espionage purposes. On the other hand, the daily communication of the commanding and Red Army personnel with the population of the country on the territory of which the units are stationed poses the task of special bodies to carefully monitor their behavior in order to timely identify and suppress cases of discrediting the high rank of a representative of the Red Army and the Navy of the Soviet Union. The People's Commissar of Internal Affairs ordered detective officers at units and heads of special departments daily inform the command about unhealthy manifestations in units, seeking to take decisive measures to eliminate them. Every 3 days, submit special reports on the political and moral state of the units, combat training, relationships with the environment, cases of unworthy behavior of individual military personnel, facts of their connections with a suspicious element hostile to the USSR, attempts to recruit military personnel by foreign intelligence services, etc. Emergency incidents must be reported immediately in code. 10 days after arriving at the place, submit a detailed report to the Special Department of the NKVD of the USSR describing the local situation, working conditions, difficulties encountered and work prospects. The directive also regulated the implementation of a set of operational measures. 106 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiu. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, Historical Essays and Archival Documents, M. 2010, p. 2930. Considering that naval bases were created in Latvia, Libava, Vindava, and Estonia, Paldiski, a military port was formed. Tallinn, the 43rd Separate Artillery Division, 9 coastal defense batteries were stationed in the Tallinn area, and a special department of the NKVD of the naval base of the KBF, Libava, and the special department of the NKVD of the Light Forces Detachment of the KBF, and in Estonia, the special department of the NKVD of the naval base. Soviet counterintelligence recorded that Soviet military personnel stationed abroad were subject to many temptations. This was due to the fact that the standard of living in Latvia and Estonia was higher than in the Soviet Union. This was clearly evidenced by the quality of food products and the range of everyday goods. Despite strict prohibitions, Soviet soldiers established contacts with the local population and received information from them about the quality of life in the Baltic countries, which was regarded as a deliberate provocation and propaganda. The placement of Soviet naval bases in the Baltic states was characterized in the orders of the NKVMF as a significant expansion of the capabilities of the Baltic Fleet for the defense of the external borders of the Soviet Union, especially the approaches to the city of Leningrad. The order of the NKVMF noted that the Baltic Fleet was moving its base from Kronstadt to the ports of Estonia and Latvia and leaving the eastern part of the Gulf of Finland to the expanses of the Baltic Sea. At the same time, the territory for the defense of which the Soviet Navy was responsible increased almost 10 times. 107 Russian State Archive of the Navy, Navy, F.P. 961, on 1, D. 376, L. 4758. When placing naval bases in Latvia and Estonia, the Baltic Fleet had to face many problems. On the islands there were often no convenient berths for mooring and unloading transport with construction materials and material. The piers, due to their dilapidation and low capacity, could not receive the required amount cargo. The slow pace of base construction was also associated with conflicts that regularly arose with the Estonian and Latvian sides and strained relations with the local population. There was growing dissatisfaction among the local population due to the fact that the owners were deprived of allotments. The purchased forest was taken away for the needs of the army and navy. When residents were evicted from farms on the islands where the bases were supposed to be located, practically no compensation was given and no new housing was provided. Under the pretext of searching for weapons, Soviet soldiers searched the local population. 108 Counter-USI Baltics, War Without Rules 1939-1945, St. Petersburg 2011, pp. 40-41. Despite the acute shortage of labor required for the construction of naval bases in Estonia and Latvia, it was forbidden to hire the local population for construction work. The leadership of the Baltic Fleet and counterintelligence officers were afraid of foreign spies infiltrating the facilities. In addition, in order to avoid contacts with the local population, contacts could be used for espionage purposes. It was forbidden to buy food from local residents. Another problem that negatively affected the pace of construction of naval bases was the unsatisfactory situation with their organizational and staffing structure. The theme of the unsatisfactory situation in various areas at naval bases in Estonia and Latvia can be traced in official correspondence with the leadership of the Baltic Fleet throughout 1940. In accordance with the plan of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet Command to relocate to the western part of the Baltic Sea and to the Gulf of Riga in the Baltic bases themselves by June 1941, a significant part of the surface and submarine forces of the fleet was concentrated, but the plan for the construction of bases and coast guards in the Baltic states by the beginning of the Great Patriotic War remained unfinished. This could not but have a tragic impact on the defense of the Baltic states in the summer of 1941. 109 Counter-USI Baltics, War Without Rules 1939-1945, St. Petersburg 2011, pp. 40-43. It should be noted that the employees of the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet, in addition to the problems of the relationship between Soviet military personnel and the local population, immediately had to face a serious enemy, German intelligence, which had strong influence and positions in the Baltic states, relying in its work, including on numerous German diaspora. The Finnish intelligence services, as well as members of nationalist organizations of Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, also showed interest in the Soviet fleet. Work carried out by counterintelligence officers of the Baltic Fleet in 1939-1940 to ensure the security of Soviet naval bases abroad ended after Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania joined the USSR. This was followed by the redeployment of the main forces of the Baltic Fleet to Tallinn and Liepāja and the expansion of its operational zone. From the extremely limited and inconvenient basing of Kronstadt, Leningrad, the Baltic fleet entered the vastness of the Baltic Sea, controlling the Gulf of Finland and the Gulf of Riga. The small fleets of Estonia and Latvia were included in the Baltic fleet. The replenishment consisted of 4 submarines, 3 minesweepers, 4 netmine layers, 5 messenger ships, 110 Kozlov L. Shlomin vs. The Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the heroic defense of Leningrad, L. 1976, p. 44. After 1939, German intelligence significantly intensified its activities against the USSR, obtaining information about the deployment and strength of Soviet troops on the western border, the location of military airfields, bases and warehouses, and the construction of defensive structures. German intelligence recruited agents from among White Guard immigrants, nationalists, settlers and other representatives of Latvia, Lithuania and Estonia, as well as from the Polish population. Along with human intelligence, Germany actively used intelligence from a legal position, using for these purposes the diplomatic cover of the German embassy in Moscow, Soviet-German trade and economic relations, and German resettlement institutions created in the Baltic states in accordance with Soviet-German agreements on the repatriation of the German population. The main role in obtaining intelligence information belonged to representatives of the German military attaché in the USSR, who obtained in the USSR information of a political, military and economic nature, as well as information about new types of weapons entering the Red Army, their tactical and technical data. Important tasks in the pre-war period were carried out by German intelligence residencies in the Baltic states, which operated under the cover of various repatriation commissions and other institutions. German resettlement commissions created in Riga, Tallinn, Narva and other cities were staffed by former employees of German diplomatic institutions, many of whom were career intelligence officers who worked in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia before their accession to the USSR. Employees of the repatriation commissions moved freely throughout the Baltic republics, selecting and studying candidates for recruitment, attracting nationalists, intellectuals and former government officials to cooperate. To collect information about the general situation in the Baltic states, about the condition of the units of the Red Army and the USSR Navy, the method of visual observation was mainly used. Fighting against foreign intelligence agents, the NKVD and the NKGB of the USSR at the direction of the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR in 1940-1941 carried out arrests and mass deportation operations of former members of various political parties and organizations, former police officers, gendarmes, landowners, factory owners, major officials of the former state apparatus of Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia and other persons who, in the opinion of the Soviet leadership, carried out subversive anti-Soviet work and were used by foreign intelligence services for espionage purposes. In June 1941, about 39,000 former people, nationalists and other persons from among the anti-Soviet elements were expelled from the Baltic states. 15,519 people were evicted from Lithuania, 14,474 people from Latvia, 8,932 people from Estonia, 111 state security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. Collection of documents. T1. The day before. Book 2, pp. 144-146. In 1941, German intelligence carried out a massive influx of agents into the Baltic republics who were tasked with reconnaissance and sabotage missions, as well as creating weapons depots, bases and sites for receiving parachute landings after the start of hostilities, training signalmen for target designation of aviation, and carrying out explosions and arson, carefully masking the causes of their occurrence. Soviet counterintelligence recorded that, starting in 1936, there was a rapprochement between the intelligence services of Finland and Germany. This was facilitated by the visit of the head of the Abwehr, Admiral V. Canaris, to Finland. Subsequently, Canaris and his closest assistants G. Pikenbrock and F. Bentivogny repeatedly met in Finland and Germany with the leadership of Finnish intelligence A. Svensson and L. Melander, exchanging information and developing plans for joint actions against the USSR. Finland was the third country after Hungary and Fascist Italy, which in 1936 entered into an agreement on cooperation with the secret police of Nazi Germany. 112 laid in an EP. Rygin SG. Finnish intelligence against Soviet Russia. Petrozavodsk, 2004, pp. 200-201. Since 1937, the Abwehr began to create so-called military organizations, Kriegsorganisation, Co., which carried out intelligence work from the territories of neutral countries and satellite countries of Germany. Co-employees were part of the staff of the German embassies and enjoyed diplomatic immunity. COs were subordinated to the control of Abwehr's Granitsa. In June 1937, Lieutenant General Pikenbrock, Admiral Canaris and the head of the Abwehr 1 Department of the headquarters of the German Ground Forces Major G. Scholz were in Finland, where they exchanged intelligence information about the Soviet Union with representatives of Finnish intelligence. At the same time, the Finns were given a questionnaire asking them to collect intelligence information about the USSR and answer each of its points. Mainly interested in information about the Baltic Fleet, the deployment of Red Army units and the military industry in the Leningrad region. In 1938-1939 two more trips took place between Admiral Canaris, Lieutenant General Pikenbrock and the head of Abwehr 1 of the German Navy to Finland, where they were received by the Finnish Minister of War as well as the head of intelligence, Colonel Svensson. With the consent of Finnish intelligence, in 1939 the Abwehr in Helsinki created the German Intelligence and Counterintelligence Agency Kriegsorganisation Finland, which entered historiography as the Celsius Bureau after its leader Alexander Celsius. The main task of the Bureau was to collect intelligence data about the Baltic Fleet, parts of the Leningrad military and border districts and the defense industry of Leningrad. Cooperation between the intelligence services of Germany and Finland on the exchange of information about the Red Army was suspended only for the period of the Winter War, November 1939, March 1940, in which Germany supported the position of the USSR. Radio intelligence, located in the structure of Finnish military intelligence, carried out direction finding and interception of messages from radio stations of the headquarters of formations and units of the Leningrad military district, the Baltic and Northern fleets, and decryption of intercepted radio telegrams. 113 Military counterintelligence. History, events, people vs. Khristoforov S.A. Korenkov L.U. Bondarenko and others. Book 1, M. 2008, p. 84. The Baltic Fleet was also involved in the fighting during the Soviet-Finnish War, although on a limited scale. The fleet's combat activities were multifaceted, including assistance to ground forces, landings, actions on enemy sea lanes, and all types of support operations. From November 30 to December 3, troops of the Baltic Fleet were landed on the islands of Gotland, Seskar and Levensari. Then, when the war dragged on, aviation and submarines of the Baltic Fleet from Tallinn and Libau took part in the hostilities, and sailors of the Baltic Fleet more than once participated in joint operations on the coast of the Gulf of Finland and Lake Vanga. Large surface ships fired at coastal targets. During the Soviet-Finnish War, shortcomings and omissions were identified in the training of the troops of the Red Army and the Baltic Fleet. Insufficient quality of operational tactical training of command personnel of all levels and a low level of combat control. Some conventions and simplification in combat training. Insufficient interaction of fleet forces with ground forces troops in joint operations. Low reconnaissance efficiency. The tactical use of aircraft and submarines submarines was considered unsatisfactory. The need to organize a mobile artillery thrust as part of coastal defense, as well as to create a mobile rear grouping to support fleet forces in the coastal direction, became obvious. 114 Admiral Kuznetsov, Moscow, In the Life and Fate of a Naval Commander. Collection of documents and materials. M. 2000. p. 125. Kozlova A. Shlomin V.S. The Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the Heroic Defense of Leningrad. L. 1976. p. 45. According to the peace treaty between the USSR and Finland, signed in March 1940, the border on the Karelian Isthmus was moved to the northwest. The Baltic Fleet received new strongholds in Viborg and on the island of Gotland. Finland leased the territory of the Hanko Peninsula to the USSR. In the pre-war years, Soviet counterintelligence focused on ensuring the security of maritime communications in the Arctic region, the activities of the Northern Sea Route, the uninterrupted functioning of the northern seaports of the USSR, and the safety of the movement of merchant and warships. The very strategic position of this region made it important to obtain operational information and take measures for the purpose of unauthorized entry into the territorial waters of the USSR by foreign combat, commercial and fishing vessels. Taking into account the border status of the Murmansk region, measures were taken to ensure the security of the country's maritime borders. At the same time, counterintelligence agents proceeded from the fact that the Northern Sea Route is the shortest strategic route between the north and the east. Naturally, we were interested in foreign, primarily German, naval bases located or planned for construction near the borders of the USSR. In this regard, the note from the NKVD of the USSR to the political and party leadership of the USSR dated August 15, 1939 about the situation on the Norwegian island of Spitsbergen is interesting. Along with information about the activities of the Soviet Trust Arktikugel, the NKVD of the USSR reported on the Germans' aspirations for the island as a possible future base for the German Navy. The strategic importance of Spitsbergen is very significant. Germany, based in this area, caused enormous damage to northern shipping during the First World War. German submarines sank Russian and Allied warships almost off the coast of Murmansk. Several years ago, Germany resumed its activities in the Spitsbergen area with the hope of turning it into a naval base in the war against the USSR. The intensive work of German intelligence officers in Spitsbergen and its region has been established. Various German expeditions are sent to Spitsbergen. German ships often cruise, planes fly in, and tourists come in groups. German submarines and warships have been spotted in Norwegian waters. Bear Island, located halfway to Spitsbergen, has essentially become a German base. Trawl ships, planes fly, and a radio station operates. Along with this, German intelligence is organizing espionage and subversive work directly in Soviet mines. In order to counter the German aspirations of the NKVD of the USSR, it was proposed, along with other measures, the construction of polar weather stations with the sending of a meteorological expedition to Medvedevy Island to service Soviet ships, as well as ensuring the development of appropriate measures through the General Staff of the Red Army and the main Marine Headquarters. 115 Central Asia FSB of Russia. F. 3. On. 1. D. 559. L. 161-163. The Arktikugel Trust mentioned in the text is located in the village of Barentsburg in the Spitsbergen archipelago and is engaged in industrial coal mining. Created in accordance with the results of the Spitsbergen Treaty of 1920, to which the USSR joined in 1935, the first signs of intelligence activities of German courts appeared in 1938. From the special message of the 11th Department of the State Security Directorate of the USSR NKVD for the Leningrad region dated February 20, 1938, January 16 of this year, motor ship A. Zdanov, having on board a group of people traveling to Republican Spain, left Murmansk for Le Havre. On the same day, two German minesweepers fishing off the coast of Murman took off and escorted the MV Zdanov, maintaining contact with German ports with encrypted radiograms. 116 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F3, Op. 6, D. 698, L. 40. The mentioned ship Andrei Zdanov is a cargo passenger refrigerated motor ship of the Baltic State Shipping Company, built 1925-1928 at the Northern Shipyard in Leningrad, until 1937. Alexei Rykov. During the Great Patriotic War it was used as a hospital ship and participated in the Tallinn crossing. He died in November 1941 during the evacuation of the Hanko garrison. Length 105 m, speed 12.5 knots. In 1939, cases of foreign ships passing through the restricted zone in the north became more frequent, in particular on May 15, the Estonian Kalev on May 16, the Latvian Silvera on June 7, the Norwegian Ingerfim, which had navigation maps with warnings on board about a 3-mile restricted zone. 117 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia, F3. Op. 6, D. 698, L. 40, 228, 229, 286. By the fall of 1939, favorable conditions had developed for German intelligence to obtain reliable data about our northern fleet. This was due to the fact that the Soviet government, after negotiations with the German side, allowed the ships of the German fleet to use one of the bays of the Kola Bay for basing. Thus, during the period from September 1939 to October 1940, 3 German ships that did not belong to the class of warships were permanently stationed in Zapadnolitsa Bay. In addition, in the fall of 1939, about 20 German merchant ships were temporarily located in Murmansk, using it as a port of refuge from the actions of the British Navy. Taking advantage of the presence of these ships near the main base of the Northern Fleet, Severomorsk, German intelligence was able to obtain valuable data on the state of our forces in the north. The intelligence activities were coordinated by the assistant of the German naval attaché Auerbach, who was on German ships for 7 months. According to Soviet counterintelligence, Auerbach expected to settle in Murmansk in 1940-1941. Auerbach's residence in Murmansk for such a long time and his intention to stay here in the future was caused by the alleged presence of the German warships Finnish and Viking 5 in one of the bays of Motovsky Bay. Counterintelligence viewed Auerbach's stay in Murmansk primarily as conducting intelligence activities on the Kola Peninsula and the coast. Zapadnolitsa Bay, where the German warships Finnish and Viking 5 stopped, was located near Palyarny, the main base of the Northern Fleet. In order to get from Murmansk to Zapadnolitsa Bay, you need to go through the entire Kola Bay and the southwestern part of the Barents Sea. The anchorage of German warships in the zone where warships of the Soviet Northern Fleet were deployed served as the official reason for Auerbach's frequent trips to this area. Over the entire period, Auerbach went to the steamship mooring area 8 times, accompanied by official representatives of the Northern Fleet. 118 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkova P. Secrets of the Russian Navy. From the archives of the FSB. M. 2014, pp. 180-182. On July 13, 1940, a telegram was sent from Murmansk to Moscow, which reported that Auerbach's stay in Murmansk was allegedly due to the presence of 2 German ships called military ships which had stopped in Zapadnolitsa Bay since mid-April 1940. Subsequently, these ships were transferred to the coast of the Kola Peninsula to the settlement of Yakangu, which was a new base of the Northern Fleet under construction. On June 14, 1940, the NKVD of the Murmansk region informed the NKVD of the USSR that Auerbach, under the guise of the presence of German commercial and not military ships in the Murmansk port, was conducting active intelligence work and creating a large intelligence network. The NKVD of the Murmansk region reported the following. While conducting active military operations against the Allied naval forces, Germany certainly needs warships. References to the impossibility of withdrawing them from the port of Murmansk are not substantiated, since the neighboring state, Norway, has been cleared of Allied troops. Consequently, the presence of German ships in the Murmansk port is caused by other considerations, most likely of an intelligence nature. 119 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Murmansk region. F5 on 1D 1L 123-124. According to Soviet counterintelligence, the true purpose of Auerbach's presence in the north was the desire of German intelligence to have an official naval representative in Murmansk, that is, a legal spy, whose presence in the north would be difficult without justification of any German interests. It was precisely these interests that were served by the arrival of a large number of German merchant ships into the Kola Bay at the time England declared war on Germany. At the same time, attention was drawn to the fact that the German ships did not enter the northernmost ports of Norway, also significantly distant from the naval bases of England, but all arrived in Murmansk. Germany sought to acquire reliable positions in the Soviet north, including through communication with the Soviet Northern Fleet. 120 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Murmansk region. F5 on 1D 1L 125. According to Soviet counterintelligence, the danger of Auerbach being in Murmansk, in direct contact with the Northern Fleet, was aggravated by the fact that the command of the Northern Fleet was completely unprepared for his arrival and from the very beginning until recently acted without a plan and any sense of purpose. 121. Right there. L. 123-125, on June 19, 1940, letter No. 2510 was sent to the country's leadership, signed by the People's Commissars of Internal Affairs and the USSR Navy L. Beria and N. Kuznetsov, with a proposal to raise the issue with the Germans about the withdrawal of German ships from Soviet territorial waters, since the situation is already allows. 122. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. D. 6293, L. 7980. On October 3, 1940, Auerbach returned to Moscow. He was pessimistic about his stay in Murmansk, noting that work in this port city did not satisfy him. Auerbach emphasized that he lived in Murmansk for 7 months and felt like he was in prison. 123. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Secrets of the Russian Navy. From the Archives of the FSB. M. 2014. p. 183. The invasion of Norway by German troops and the seizure of its bases changed the situation, and the Germans abandoned the creation of a forward base for the German fleet with workshops and warehouses, withdrawing all their ships from Soviet territorial waters. In 1940, the center received more and more information about the strengthening of German intelligence activities against the USSR, which was analyzed, and on its basis, the NKVD prepared orientations about the enemy's methods of work. Thus, on November 30, 1940, the head of the Special Department of the GUB NKVD of the USSR Mikheyev sent an orientation to the heads of special departments of the NKVD districts and fleets about operational measures to suppress the subversive activities of German intelligence. The document noted that German intelligence was taking measures to induce servicemen of the Red Army and Navy to betray the motherland, sending not only single agents to the territory of the USSR, but also resorting to group transfers. 124. State security bodies of the USSR in the Great Patriotic War. Collection of documents. T1. The day before. Book 1, pp. 280-281. In 1940, Soviet counterintelligence units obtained valuable information about the plans of states that were potential opponents of the USSR and their military potential. Thus, in December 1940, the People's Commissars of Defense and the Navy from the Counterintelligence Department received a report from the German naval attaché in Moscow on the military operations of the German fleet against England. 125. Great Patriotic War of 1941-1945. in 12 vols. T6. Secret War, Intelligence and Counterintelligence during the Great Patriotic War. M. 2013. p. 163. At the end of June 1940, the USSR government sent an ultimatum to Romania demanding an urgent withdrawal of troops from Bessarabia, occupied in 1918, and northern Bukovina, where mainly Ukrainians lived. Having received no support from Germany, the Romanian government was forced to satisfy Soviet demands. On June 30, 1940, units of the Red Army occupied the liberated territories reaching the Prut River. Bessarabia was annexed to the Moldavian Autonomous Soviet Socialist Republic, which was transformed into the Moldavian SSR and included in the USSR as a Union Republic. Northern Bukovina became part of the Ukrainian SSR. Territorial changes led to the fact that from July 1940, an active confrontation between the Soviet and Romanian special services began, the arena of which was the waters of the Black Sea, the Danube River and coastal territories. Each case of unintentional violation of territorial waters by Soviet citizens was regarded as a desire of Soviet intelligence to collect information of a military, political and economic nature. Even if boats with Soviet fishermen washed up on the opposite shore during a storm, the fishermen were delayed, taken to the buildings of the Romanian intelligence services, and representatives of the Romanian counterintelligence began working with them, trying to obtain the information they needed. So, for example, on September 19, 1940 at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the area of the Kiliarm 126 Armo is the name of a branch or channel in the deltas of large rivers flowing into the Black or Azov seas. In addition to the branches themselves, arms are also called the actual endings of river mouths which continue in the marine part of the delta in a bay estuary. The Danube, Don, Dnieper, Kilya girls are known, using the word girl as their own word. 3 kilometers from the Soviet coast, a Romanian military boat chasing fishermen's boats in the Soviet waters of the Black Sea illegally captured one of them, which had run aground. There were 2 Soviet fishermen in the boat, brothers Peter and Karp Ch. When detained by the Romanians, the boat was fired upon, and the fishermen were taken to the Romanian port of Salin, where they were interrogated. The Romanians demanded from them information about the number of military units located in the city of Vilkov, the number of border commandant's offices. The detained Soviet citizens were subjected to psychological pressure. They were threatened with execution. 127 September 24, 1940. Beria sent a note to Stalin and Molotov in which he outlined the fact of the detention of Soviet fishermen by the Romanian military. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F. 3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 105-106, September 20, 1940 at 7 p.m. 20 minutes. The boat of the Danube River Flotilla left Cape Reni for the city of Izmail, section of the 79th Border Detachment of the Ukrainian SSR, with the task of patrolling the Danube River. At 21:15 the crew of the boat, having lost their orientation, violated the border at the 6th outpost site and entered the Tulchin branch of the Danube River. Having reached the city of Tulsia, the crew determined that they were in Romania, turned the boat around and went back. At 21:38 when leaving the Chilia branch of the Danube River from the Romanian picket, the boat was given a signal to land on the shore, and 1 minute later rifle fire was opened on the boat. In total, up to 150 shots were fired, as a result of which the boat received 2 holes in the side and 1 hole in the ventilation pipe. The boat did not return fire. 128 Ka FSB of Russia. F. 3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 84. On September 24, 1940, between the cities of Izmail and Vilkovo, in one of the branches of the Danube River separating the islands of Tataru and Dar, which belonged to Romania, the Romanians detained the sailboat 3rd Resolute of the Ackerman Fish Trust. The boat with a crew of 6 people under the control of Captain Regushenko was traveling from the city of Odessa to the city of Renia with a load of salt and, apparently, strayed from the main fairway and ended up up in Romanian territorial waters. The boat's entry into Romanian waters was observed by the Border Patrol of the 79th Border Detachment. The boat 3rd Resolute was located off the Romanian coast under the protection of Romanian soldiers 129 on September 26, 1940. Beria sent a note to Stalin and Molotov in which he outlined the fact of the detention of the Soviet sail motorboat 3rd Resolute by the Romanian military. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 164. According to Soviet intelligence, in September 1940, a German military delegation visited Bucharest confidentially to assist in the reorganization of the Romanian army. This delegation practically carried out measures stemming from German guarantees and giving the opportunity for the Germans to carry out military activities in Romania. According to Soviet intelligence, Germany intended to send its troops into the Romanian oil region of Valea Prahovei and Salina. In this regard, General Antonescu received representatives of Germany on September 16 and 17, 1940-130, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 74. On September 27, Beria sent a note to the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks to Stalin, the People's Commissariat of Foreign Affairs of the USSR to Molotov, the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR to Vroshelov, the People's Commissariat of the USSR to Timosenko, and the NKVMF to Kuznetsov, in which he reported an aggravation on the Soviet-Romanian border, which ran along a section of the Danube River. September 26, 1940 at 9 o'clock, 45 min. Soviet border boats in the area of the Iskrov border outpost of the 79th Border Detachment at the mouth of the Danube River, 15 meters from the bank of the Danube 131. The document gives the location coordinates: latitude 45 degrees 15 minutes, longitude 29 degrees 43 minutes. In a Romanian boat was detained in Soviet territorial waters. At the time of the arrest, the Romanian boat tried to leave, but the Soviet border boats fired warning shots from a machine gun and one shot from a cannon, as a result of which the Romanian boat 132, the crew of the Romanian boat, 2 officers and 2 soldiers armed with rifles and pistols. The boat's armament is 1 heavy machine gun. C. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 175, was forced to stop. The boat was escorted to the border outpost and was under guard. Romanian officers refused to sign the act of violating Soviet territorial waters. At 10 p.m., a Soviet border boat located in the area where the Romanian boat was detained spotted 2 Romanian destroyers and 6 boats 5 miles away in the direction of the Romanian port of Sulem. The head of the border troops of the Moldavian SSR went to the area of the Petrov Outpost 133, Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 7. D. 29. L. 175. At the end of September 1940, Soviet intelligence received information about military activities carried out in Constanta, Romania. The installation of artillery pieces and machine guns in the port, the construction of concrete platforms for guns and trenches at the oil pier. From September 3 to 5, 2 destroyers, 2 torpedo boats, 1 minelayer, 2 minesweepers, 1 auxiliary vessel and 1 transport armed with 3 guns were in the port. On the night of September 3-4, a minelayer loaded with mines went out to sea 134 IBED L. 187. Accession in 1939-1940 to the USSR, parts of Finnish territory, Western Belarus, Western Ukraine, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, Bessarabia and Northern Bukovina, and the subsequent Sovietization of these territories were negatively perceived by members of nationalist organizations, patriotic intelligentsia, former government officials, landowners, former military personnel of national armies and some other segments of the population. In the annexed territories, a resistance movement began to develop, the basis of which was made up of members of nationalist organizations dissolved by the Soviet government. Nationalist organizations in Ukraine, Moldova, Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia, and Finland received support in Western countries, primarily in Germany, which during this period was actively preparing for war with the USSR. In the annexed territories, German intelligence significantly intensified, which in its activities relied on individuals dissatisfied with the Soviet regime and sought to create from them a reliable intelligence network that could begin military operations in the Soviet rear and support the advances of the German army. Nazi Germany and its intelligence services hoped that Wehrmacht units and formations with a lightning strike from land could easily occupy Soviet bases in the Baltic states, capture or destroy the ships of the Baltic fleet located there, cut off Soviet sea communications and secure their sea flanks during a further offensive of ground forces on Leningrad. Chapter 4. Maritime counterintelligence. In the pre-war period, the results of the completed civil war were disastrous for Russia. The tragedy of a divided Russian society became at the same time a tragedy of the Russian fleet. Assessing the state of the fleet, People's Commissar of Military Affairs M.V. Franz wrote, "In the general course of the revolution and the civil war, the Navy suffered particularly severe blows. As a result of them, we lost the largest and best part of its material composition, lost the vast majority of experienced and knowledgeable commanders who played an even greater role in the life and work of the fleet than in all other types of weapons, lost a number of naval bases and, finally, lost the main corps and ordinary Red Navy personnel. In total, all this meant that we did not have a fleet." 135 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 35. Unfortunately, the loss of command personnel did not occur without the participation of special departments of fleets and flotillas. The events of 1921 in Kronstadt forced the People's Commissariat for Maritime Affairs to take all measures to restore order in the naval forces of the RSFSR. For this purpose, it was decided to carry out filtration of all personnel of the country's fleet, for which a Central Marine Filtration Commission was created under the chairmanship of the Commissioner under the Commander of the Naval Forces of the Republic I.D. Sledkova. From the report of I.D. Sledkov to the Revolutionary Military Council of the RSFSR, the recent events in Kronstadt more than ever forced us to pay special attention to the filter and to the selection of both command and non-command personnel in the fleet, taking into account that the future fleet must be a real defender of the RSFSR. Of course, this fleet must be rid of the alien ulcers of the counter-revolutionary element both in party organizations and among command personnel and non-command personnel. In order to carry out this task, I submit a petition to approve as the main sequential procedure for cleaning the fleet. 1. The cleansing of each individual fleet and flotilla should take place through special local political naval commissions. The commission should include representatives, the head of the political department, the head of the special department, a representative from central collectives or party committees, as well as old sailors, party members by their main professions in the fleet. All work must, of course, take place on the ground directly among the masses in order to avoid errors that may be made in the lists presented. Elements of a suspicious nature are transferred to special departments for filtering. By order of Commissioner I.D. Sledkov dated May 20, 1921 No. 45 announced, to carry out work on filtering each individual sea and flotilla, regardless of time or any difficulties. 136 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F1. Op. 5. D. 149. L. 83-86. The result of the activities of these commissions, in the work of which representatives of special departments of fleets and flotillas took an active part, was the expulsion of dozens of first-class combat naval officers who had gone through the crucible of the First World War and the Civil War. Some of them were transferred to ordinary positions, some were illegally repressed. The process of filtering clearly did not satisfy the military counterintelligence officers. officers. On August 16, 1921, deputy head of the All-Russian Cheka organization K.H. Artazov noted in his memo, as can be seen from the attached materials on the filtering of sailors, the only signs by which the unsuitable element was eliminated were signs of combat and technical training, but in political terms, except for the opinion of the commissioner, there was no data before the commission passed. The questionnaires were filled out by those being filtered themselves. The instructions do not provide for a political exam, and the digital result of filtering says that, despite Comrade Sladkov's statement that there are unsatisfactory reviews about the majority of the command personnel, the majority remained in the fleet. Thus, it is necessary to admit that the issue of sailors actually does not go away. 137 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F1 Op 5 D 149 pp 81-81. During the filtering, the command personnel of the RKKF suffered serious damage. In 1924, their shortage was almost 30%. The military and merchant fleet itself suffered significant losses when hundreds of Russian warships and merchant ships were sunk or scattered across the globe. In such a situation, to recreate the country's naval forces, it was possible to move in three directions. Firstly, to return to their homeland ships that were hijacked and illegally held abroad, including the latest types of warships. Secondly, to raise floating vessels and military equipment sunk during the war. Thirdly, to organize the repair of existing ships and the construction of new ships at domestic shipyards, which was the most labor-intensive area. The Special Purpose Underwater Expedition (Apron 138) Apron Special Purpose Underwater Expedition was called upon to provide the shiplifting. Created in November 1923 under the Special Department of the USSR Op 2 for lifting sunken ships in the Black Sea. The expedition was headed by L.N. Meyer, who simultaneously served as assistant head of the Special Department of the GPU. By the mid-20s, the expedition became the main domestic organization for lifting sunken vessels and carrying out rescue operations. Apron branches were formed in the Baltic, the North, and on large river and lake systems. In 1929, Apron was awarded the Order of the Red Banner of Labor. Until 1931, the expedition was part of the OGPU of the USSR and then continued its activities as part of civilian departments. 0607-1942 transformed into the Emergency Rescue Shiplifting Service of the USSR Navy, the emergence of which was associated both with the need to revive the military and merchant fleet and with the need of the national economy for metal and equipment for ships unsuitable for restoration. The conduct of this work was entrusted to the military counterintelligence officers of the GPU of the USSR. In 1923, within the structure of this department, under the Special Department, a Special Purpose Underwater Expedition was created, the management of which was located in Moscow. On November 2, 1923, the GPU issued an order declaring the staff of Apron. On December 17, the organization received its first watercraft, the rescue ship Cabinets. The expedition was headed by L.N. Meyer, who simultaneously served as assistant head of the Special Department of the GPU. At the first stage, Apron was intended to examine and recover the English ship Black Prince that sank during the Crimean War, which, according to some sources, was carrying a cargo of gold. This enterprise was not successful. But during the period of work in the Balaklava area, a wealth of experience in the field of shiplifting and diving was accumulated. Our specialists learned to work at great depths. By the mid-20s, the expedition had become the main domestic organization for raising sunken watercraft and carrying out rescue operations in all water areas of our country. In the summer of 1928, Apron carried out a technically complex operation for that period to raise the English submarine L-55 that sank in the Gulf of Finland. 139 L-55 is a submarine of the Royal Navy of Great Britain. Launched on 09/21/1917 at the English shipyard Fairfield Shipbuilding and Engineering Company and put into operation on 12/19/1917. Participated in the First World War. She died in the Baltic in 1919 as a result of an attack by a Soviet destroyer. Raised on 08-14-1928 by Apron, restored in 1931 and introduced into the USSR Navy. Excluded from the lists of the fleet in 1950, who died on June 4, 1919 during the battle with the Soviet destroyers Azov 140. Azov is an Orpheus-class destroyer of the Baltic Fleet, Novik class. Construction began in July 1915 at the metal plant in St. Petersburg. Launched on 06-05-1916. Commissioned on 10-23-1916. Participated in the First World War, the Civil War and the Great Patriotic War. In 1921 it was renamed Zinoviev. In 1928 Artem. Died on 08-27-1941 during the Tallinn transition, being blown up by mines. Displacement 1260 tons, length 98 m, speed 35 knots, and Gabriel 141. Gabriel is a Novik-class destroyer of the Baltic Fleet, the lead ship of 5 Gabriel-class destroyers. Construction began on November 28, 1913 at the Russian Baltic plant in Reval, Tallinn. Launched on 01-05-1915. Commissioned on 12-08-1916. Participated in the First World War and the Civil War. As part of the Red Baltic Fleet, she sank on October 21, 1919, being blown up by mines. Displacement 1260 tons, length 98 m, speed 34 knots. In those years, the Baltic Sea Naval Forces did not have a rescue service capable of raising a sunken boat. Therefore, even before the start of search work, the sailors turned for help to the leadership of the Special Purpose Underwater Expedition. November 14, 1927, head of Apron L.N. Meyer informed the Technical Bureau of the UFMS about the expedition's readiness to organize the recovery of L-55, and a group of divers left for Leningrad from Sevastopol to inspect the boat that had sunk at a depth of more than 30 m. After discovering and identifying the object, Apron specialists prepared a detailed work plan, which included an operation at sea, the lift itself, towing and work in the harbor. By July 1, 1928, all the necessary equipment arrived in Kronstadt from Sevastopol and the Baltic Apron party began work. And already on August 11, a boat raised from the bottom as part of a caravan of ships arrived in Kronstadt 142, Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 42. Subsequently, the English submarine L-55 was repaired and in August 1931 entered combat service with the submarine forces of the Baltic Fleet under the same number. In 1941-1945 it was used as a charging station and then sent to be melted down. However, the objectives of the expedition were much broader than the recovery of ships, machinery and equipment. The documents on the activities of Apron stated that the role of underwater work should especially increase in wartime. The expedition must equip the combat units of the fleet with qualified divers and form strong rescue teams within the unification of naval forces. Our floating technical equipment can, moreover, be widely used for laying mines and net barriers and for performing all sorts of other military tasks. 143. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F2. Op. 8. D. 293. L. 1516. As an undoubted success of Apron's activities, it should be noted that during the first 10 years of its existence, the expedition raised 110 ships, of which 76 were restored. The cost of these watercraft exceeded 50 million rubles. Moreover, the expedition divers recovered from the seabed more than 13,000 tons of ferrous metal, 4,700 tons of armor, 1,200 tons of non-ferrous metal, 2,500 tons of mechanisms that were implemented. 144. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War, historical essays and archival documents, M. 2010, p. 44. At its meeting on August 14, 1929, the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee of the USSR decided, noting the exceptional merits in raising sea vessels aboard the expedition of underwater work in the Black and Azov Seas apron with the Order of the Red Banner of Labor. Until 1931, the expedition was part of the OGPU of the USSR and then continued its activities as part of civilian departments, subsequently becoming the basis for the creation of emergency rescue services for fleets. The new shipbuilding program was developed on the basis of a resolution of the Revolutionary Military Council of the USSR dated May 8, 1928, adopted at an extended meeting after discussing the reports of M.N. Tukhachevsky and M.A. Petrov on the importance of the naval forces in the system of the country's armed forces. The resolution stated, 1. Recognize the need to strengthen and develop the naval forces in the general plan of military development. 2. When developing the Navy, strive for a combination of surface and submarine fleets, coastal and mine defense and naval aviation. 145. Quote by Kozlov I.A. Shlomin V.S. The Red Banner Baltic Fleet in the heroic defense of Leningrad, L. 1976, p. 33. In order to improve the coastal defense system to repel a naval enemy and improve the interaction of coastal artillery with naval forces, coastal artillery, which was previously part of the Red Army, was transferred to the flag in 1930. In 1932-1933 a decision was made to create the Pacific and Northern fleets. By this time, the Northern Sea route had been turned into a permanent waterway of the country, and the construction of the White Sea-Baltic Canal was completed by the forces of Gulag prisoners. These two important factors contributed to the economic rise of the northern regions of the Soviet Union, and they also created the conditions for strategic maneuver of naval forces between the three naval theaters, the Baltic, Northern and Pacific. The Northern Fleet was created at the expense of the ships of the Baltic Fleet. On May 18, 1933, Kronstadt sent the first detachment of ships to the north, which marked the beginning of the creation of the Northern Fleet. On July 11, 1933, the STO adopted a resolution on the naval construction program for 1933-1938, which provided for a significant renewal of the naval personnel of the Navy through new ships of various classes. In the mid-1930s, the international situation has sharply deteriorated. The formation of new hotbeds of war in the West and East led to a new arms race. In 1936, in connection with the expiration of the London Naval Treaty, 6 major powers began to build 20 battleships which were superior in their tactical and technical data to their predecessors. During the Spanish Civil War 1936-1939, despite the fact that the USSR provided assistance to the Republicans, the state of the Soviet Navy did not allow its active use. The Soviet government discussed the possibility of sending a number of ships to the Mediterranean Sea, but due to the weakness of the Soviet fleet, warships did not take part in supporting Republican Spain. 146. Admiral Kuznetsov, Moscow in the Life and Fate of a Naval Commander. Collection of documents and materials. M. 2000, p. 101. The Spanish events changed the attitude of the Soviet government towards the fleet. In connection with the development of the Navy and the increasing role of its role in the state defense system, at the end of 1937 the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR decided to create the People's Commissariat of the Navy. In the third five-year economic development plan of the USSR 1938-1942, an extensive military shipbuilding program was prepared. In April 1939, NG was appointed People's Commissar of the Navy. Kuznetsov, Considerable attention was paid to the work of special departments of fleets and flotillas in the 1920-1940s was devoted to information work. In the field of view of naval counterintelligence officers were the political and moral level of personnel and the state of the USSR Navy, which included issues of creating new weapons and communications, supply, ship repair, combat training, mobilization readiness, healthcare. Naval counterintelligence in the 1920s-1930s regularly informed the RVS and STO of the USSR 147, Labor and Defense Council of the USSR, STO USSR in 1920-1937. The body, created as a commission under the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR, existed as an independent structure from 1923 to 1937. The main function of the Council of Labor and Defense was the management of the national economy of the country. NKVMF, other people's commissariats and departments on the state of shipbuilding, weapons, coast guard and research and design work, RD. On the catastrophic situation with the torpedo armament of the fleet, on the ugly situation with the completion of the cruiser Red Caucasus 148. Red Caucasus is a light cruiser of the Black Sea Fleet, laid down in Nikolaev on 10/31/1913, launched on 07/21/1916 under the name Admiral Lazarev, entered service on 01/25/1932, from 12/14/1932 renamed Red Caucasus. Participated in the defense of Odessa, Sevastopol, the Kirk Feodosia landing operation, mine-laying operations at sea, transportation of military units, shelling of enemy positions. 04/03/1942 the cruiser was awarded the Guards rank. From 05/12/1947 a training ship, in June 1953 it was sunk as a target while testing an anti-ship missile. On the shortcomings of the Decabrist submarine 149, submarines of the D-type, Decabrist, a series of Soviet large diesel-electric torpedo submarines, built in 1927-1931. The series was developed by Technical Bureau No. 4 of the Baltic plant in Leningrad, chief designer B.M. Molanin. On the shortcomings of torpedo boats. So, for example, on October 25, 1930, a note was prepared on the shortcomings of the combat state of the Black Sea coastal defense, which reported that the commission that examined the combat state of the Black Sea coastal defense in September 1930 noted a number of shortcomings. Irresponsible construction of coastal defenses. Coastal defense artillery did not meet the assigned tasks. The condition of fortifications and battery equipment is unsatisfactory. The ground defense of Sevastopol and Kirk was virtually absent. In terms of fire protection, coastal batteries are not sufficiently protected. Based on the above, it was concluded that the coastal defense areas and sectors, due to their combat status, could not solve the operational tasks assigned to them. 150. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F2. Op. 9. D. 769. L. 913. It should be noted that the information work of the naval special departments was carried out at a high level, and often the solution to a particular issue depended on the opinion of counterintelligence officers. Due to the specific nature of their activities, employees of special departments of the fleets took part in the investigation of the circumstances of the death and accidents of warships. The year 1931 was truly black for Soviet submariners. Submarine No. 9 was lost in the Baltic. 151. Submarine No. 9 is a Bars-class submarine of the Baltic Fleet, enlisted in the list of ships of the Siberian Military Flotilla on 03/18/1914, laid down on 07/03/1914 at the Noblesner shipyard in Reval, Tallinn. In 1915 she was transferred to the Baltic Fleet under the name RUF, launched in the spring of 1917. From 10.25.1917 as part of the Red Baltic Fleet. In 1921 the name was given to SQ. No. 9. In 1922 Rabachi 0522-1931 was rammed in the Gulf of Finland by the submarine Krasnormaets and sank. In 1933 it was raised from the bottom and transferred to Radmtalotorg for dismantling. And in the Black Sea, the submarine Metallist 152 Metallist, AG-21, AG-class submarine, Holland 602 GF, laid down in 1916 for the British Navy in Vancouver, Canada. On September 19, 1916, in unfinished form, it was purchased by the Noblessner plant on the order of the marine scientist of Russia and delivered in sections to the naval plant in Nikolaev. She entered service in 1918 and on April 26, 1919, by order of the British command, she was scuttled in the Sevastopol area. 0521-1928 was raised and in 1938 entered service as part of the Black Sea Naval Forces. In 1931 it sank as a result of a collision with the destroyer Franz. In 1935 after repairs it was included in the Black Sea Fleet. She took part in the Great Patriotic War and was awarded the Order of the Red Banner on 0306-1945. In 1945 it was withdrawn from the fleet in the mid-50s, sent for cutting into metal. Rammed by the destroyer Franz 153. Franz is a destroyer of the Black Sea Fleet of the Happy type, Novik class. Laid down under the name Bystry in 1913. Launched on 0525-1914, 0418-1915. Accepted into the Mine Brigade of the Black Sea Fleet. Participated in the First World War. During the Civil War, as part of the Red Black Sea Fleet, the German, English and White Guard fleets. In 1925 it was renamed Franz. Participated in the Great Patriotic War. Killed on 0921-1941 as a result of an attack by German aircraft. On 10-06-1941 he was excluded from the lists of the USSR Navy. Displacement 1460 tons, length 98 m, speed 34 knots, submarine No. 9 sank on May 22, 1931 in the Gulf of Finland as a result of a ramming attack from submarine No. 154. Submarine No. 4 is a Bars-class submarine of the Baltic Fleet, Leopard, Krasnormaets U-3, B-7. Enlisted in the list of Baltic Fleet ships on 0928-1913, laid down on 0703-1914 at the Noblessner shipyard in Reval, Tallinn. Entered service in December 1916 and took part in the First World War. Since November 25, 1917 as part of the Red Baltic Fleet. 10-01-1921 renamed Red Army Man in 1934 to B-7. In 1936 it was withdrawn from service and became a floating charging station. In 1940 it was excluded from the lists of the Navy and in 1951 it was cut into metal. The investigation into the circumstances of the tragedy, which resulted in the death of 47 people, was carried out by the Special Department of the OG-2 Naval Forces of the Baltic Sea. As a result of the investigation, the Special Department of the Baltic Sea Naval Forces sent documents to the center in which the following conclusions were drawn. 1. The blame for the death of submarine No. 9 lies entirely with the command of submarine No. 4. 2. The crew of submarine No. 9 behaved heroically to the end. 3. All possible measures to save the boat have been taken. 4. There are no unhealthy feelings in the fleet in connection with the disaster of submarine No. 9. 5. The investigation into the case is being conducted at a rapid pace and will be completed in the next 2-3 days. The commander and navigator of submarine No. 4 were found guilty of the death 155 KFSB of Russia. F2. Op. 9. D. 81. L. 19. The investigation into the death of the Metallist submarine was carried out by the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet together with employees of the Central Office of the OG-2 who arrived from Moscow. On June 10, 1931, Deputy Head of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet PP. Pagel sent a note via direct wire in which he said that on June 10, 1931 at 7 o'clock, 45 min, the submarine was brought to the surface. As a result of this, 3 people were rescued and 17 corpses were recovered. 9 people were not found. Pagel made the assumption that they, apparently escaping through the steering hatch, died, including the boat commander. According to the survivors, after the collision the boat commander was confused and did not take measures to organize the rescue of the boat. The destroyer's command took all measures to avoid a collision, but it was too late to prevent an accident. He also reported on the mood of the Red Navy submariners, assessing it as satisfactory and emphasizing that on June 10, 4 people signed up for long-term service and 10 joined the Party 156 Central Asia FSB of Russia. F2 Op 9 D 81 L 10. In July 1935, while performing combat training exercises, the submarine B-3 died. 157 B-3 Lynx, a Bars-class submarine, enlisted in the lists of the Baltic Fleet on 09.28.1913, 07.03.1914 and laid down at the Noblessner plant in Reval, Tallinn. Entered service in 1916. Participated in the First World War and the Civil War. In 1922 it received the name Bolshevik from 1934 B3. She died in 1935 during maneuvers of the Red Banner Baltic Fleet, being rammed by the battleship Marat. Of the Baltic Fleet rammed by the battleship Marat, 158 Marat Petropavlovsk, a battleship of the Baltic Fleet of the Sevastopol type, laid down on June 16, 1909 at the Baltic shipyard in St. Petersburg. Launched on August 27, 1911, entered service on January 12, 1914. Participated in the First World War, the Civil War, the Soviet-Finnish War and the Great Patriotic War. From 0331-1921 Marat. On 0923-1941 she was seriously damaged during German air raids and was used as a floating battery. 0531-1943 the battleship was returned to its former name Petropavlovsk. On 0925-1951 it was reorganized into the non-self-propelled training ship Volkhov, and on 0904-1953 it was excluded from the lists of the Navy. Displacement 26,700 tons, length 184 m, speed 23 knots. Employees of the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet took part in the investigation into the causes of the disaster. On August 2, the B-3 boat was raised and by 5 o'clock in the morning towed to Kronstadt. Representatives of the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet were the first to board. The next day, a memo was sent to the NKVD of the USSR. On August 3, after the delivery of the submarine to Kronstadt, we immediately began inspecting its material part and searching for ship documents. The search for documents was fraught with extraordinary difficulties since the entire contents of the boat was destroyed. All the equipment in the cabins was broken and displaced from its place. Fragments of pipes, wood and equipment were knocked down by the wave into the bow and stern of the ship. Everything was covered with a layer of silt, fuel oil and oil. Among these ruins, we managed to find scraps of ship documents and use them to reconstruct the behavior of the boat before the disaster. 159 Central Asia FSB of Russia. F3 Op 2 D 1192 L 178. During the preliminary investigation, the guilt of each participant in the tragedy was established, including the commanders of the submarine and the battleship Marat. It should be noted that a TASS message was published in Central Newspapers 160. TASS, Telegraph Agency of the Soviet Union. Created on July 10, 1925 by resolution of the Presidium of the Central Executive Committee and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR on the basis of the Russian Telegraph Agency, had the exclusive right to disseminate information about events outside the USSR. with the following content. July 25 of this year, in the Gulf of Finland during a Baltic Fleet exercise while performing complex maneuvering, a B-3 submarine, which was submerged, was struck by a surface ship. The boat sank. There were 55 crew members and naval school cadets on the boat. The people all died. The government decided to give 10,000 rubles to the families of all fallen commanders and Red Navy men, lump sum for each, and establish personal pensions. Measures have been taken to raise the boat. The funeral of the dead will be carried out in Kronstadt with proper military honors. 161 Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3 Op 2 D 1192 L 169 Employees of the Central Office of the NKVD of the USSR and the Special Department of the Northern Fleet took part in the investigation into the circumstances of the death of the submarine SFD-1 in 1940-162 D1 diesel electric submarine of the Northern Fleet, laid down at Plant No. 189 in Leningrad on 03/05/1927, launched on 03/11/1928, in 1930-1932 as part of the Baltic Fleet, since 1933 in the Northern Fleet, died under unclear circumstances in 1940 with a crew of 55 people. From a special message from the 9th Department of the NKVD of the USSR dated November 14, 1940. November 13 of this year, submarine of the Decembrist type D1 of the Northern Fleet in the Motovsky Bay area 163 Motovsky Bay, Motovskaya Bay, Kitova Mogila, a bay, fjord in the Barents Sea. It is located between the Murmansk coast of the Kola Peninsula and the Shredny and Rybaki peninsulas. Length 43 km, width from 5 to 15 km, depth over 200 m. Conducted practical exercises, the task of which included diving. At 1 p.m. 30 min, a message was received from the submarine that it was going to dive, after which communication with it ceased. On the night of November 13-14 this year, in order to search for the submarine, the command of the Northern Fleet sent ships which on November 14 this year, they reported that in Motovsky Bay in the area of her exercises only a large oil slick and lifeboats floating on the surface were found. The submarine D1 was not discovered. In order to determine the causes of the disaster, the Special Department of the Northern Fleet is conducting an investigation. The NKVMF is aware of the disaster. 164 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F14 Op 2 D 137 L 4. The employees of the Special Department were tasked with conducting an investigation into the circumstances of the death of the submarine, as well as checking the state of combat readiness on the submarines of the Northern Fleet and their logistics. In addition, counterintelligence officers had to evaluate the actions of the Fleet Command staff in preparing for the boat to go on a voyage, its search and rescue. After checking all the options for death, including from a collision with a floating mine, two main ones remained: failure of mechanisms and explosion of warheads or detonating gas. However, these versions have not received sufficient factual and documentary confirmation. In addition, during the investigation it was found that the deployment of emergency rescue operations was carried out extremely slowly and unorganized. The unsatisfactory condition of the material and technical part of the Northern Fleet Submarine Brigade was noted, in particular the lack of full-fledged life-saving equipment on the ships. As counterintelligence officers noted in their reports, among the command staff there are cases of rude attitude towards the rank and file, as a result of which clearly hostile sentiments are generated. 165 Archive of the Russian FSB Directorate for the Saratov region. F14 Op 2 D 137 L 120-121. The results of the investigations and inspections carried out by military counterintelligence officers were reported to the country's political leadership. From a draft note from the NKVD of the USSR to the Central Committee of the All-Union Communist Party of Bolsheviks and the Council of People's Commissars of the USSR. Emergencies in the Northern Fleet have become so commonplace that a permanent emergency commission was even created. The inspection of the People's Commissariat of the Navy at that time, when checking the condition of the Northern Fleet formations, revealed cases of fraud, careless maintenance of equipment, poor discipline of personnel, and other shortcomings. Commander training was conducted unsatisfactorily. The command staff did not work enough to improve their knowledge and fought weekly to implement the brigade's combat training plan. The rules of navigation and the conditions ensuring the safety of navigation and the combat readiness of the fleet were systematically violated. During 1940, not a single tactical game was held in the brigade with the command staff. There was no daily control over the completion of combat training and the implementation of orders and instructions from the People's Commissariat of the Navy. Violations of discipline were dealt with by mechanically imposing disciplinary sanctions. Out of 686 personnel of the submarine brigade, 568 people received penalties in 3/4 of 1940. We consider it necessary to propose to the People's Commissar of the Navy a strengthen the leadership of the Northern Fleet with qualified personnel who can ensure the restoration of order in the fleet, take measures to increase the combat readiness of the formations. B. Organize strict control over the implementation by the personnel of the Northern Fleet formations of the established manuals, instructions and orders. C. Check the state of combat readiness of submarine brigades and their completion of training courses in formations of the Pacific, Black Sea and Baltic fleets. D. Take measures to constructively improve the supply of high-pressure air for purging tanks as well as increasing the power of the rotopump on D-type submarines. Oblige the People's Commissar of the Navy to take decisive measures to ensure that submarines go to sea and for exercises in strict compliance with all instructions and guidelines. In particular, prohibit the release into the sea of submarines with personnel who are at combat posts for the first time and are unprepared to perform a particular task. Prohibit the admission to independent control of a submarine for commanders who have not fully passed all the required tests in the submarine course. Complex exercises should be carried out at safe depths. Before each submarine goes to sea, carefully check the technical condition of the submarine, especially after repairs. 166 Archive of the Federal Security Service of Russia for the Saratov region. F. 14. Up to D. 137, L. 129-140. In the pre-war years, there was an intensive replenishment of the USSR Navy with new ships, especially destroyers and submarines. Their construction was under special attention of naval counterintelligence officers. The People's Commissariat of the USSR Navy was constantly informed about shortcomings and errors in the design of warships, their construction, commissioning failures, attempts to carry out sabotage at shipbuilding enterprises, and measures to prevent them. Thus, on June 13, 1940, the Special Department of the Baltic Fleet sent a special message to the NKVD of the USSR about the delay in delivery of newly built ships for the Navy. The document emphasized, the materials at our disposal indicate that the implementation of the military shipbuilding plan for 1940, approved by Government Decree No. 121 SS, is in jeopardy due to the fact that the timing of installation and construction of ships is not ensured by the supply of mechanisms, equipment and weapons for newly built ships. According to Government Decree No. 145 SS, the main mechanisms, parts, equipment and weapons for most ships are supplied by manufacturers by the time the ship should be fully ready for acceptance tests, or even when, according to government deadline, the ship should already be delivered to the fleet. Taking advantage of the lack of a number of mechanisms and parts to be supplied, manufacturers refuse to conclude contracts for the production of mechanisms and weapons for the needs of shipbuilding. 167 Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. P. 50-53. In this regard, it should be noted that before the start of the war it was not possible to implement a large shipbuilding program which included the construction of the latest battleships of the Soviet Union type as well as heavy and light cruisers. In 1939, the Black Sea Fleet included a shipbuilding enterprise built in Livorno by the Italian company Orlando 168, Company Orlando Oderotni Orlando, founded in 1866 by Luigi Orlando. The shipyards are located in Livorno, Italy. In the 1930s, the second largest military shipbuilding company in Italy by size and turnover. Leader Tashkent 169, Tashkent, built in Livorno, Italy, by the Orlando Company in 1939. In 1940 included in the Black Sea Fleet. In 1941-1942 actively participated in the defense of Odessa and Sevastopol, convoyed 17 transports, transported about 20,000 people. Died on July 2, 1942. Displacement 4,175 tons, length 139 m, speed up to 43 knots. Initially, it was planned to complete the ship at a shipyard in Leningrad, but taking into account the opinion of naval counterintelligence officers, the leader was transferred to the Black Sea and began to be based in Odessa for the duration of the tests. This was due to the fact that, in connection with the expansion of the shipbuilding program, the basing of the Tashkent with the Italian delivery team to Leningrad or Kronstadt is extremely undesirable, since all our factories, slipways, and military harbors are visible due to local conditions. 170. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 6. D. 368. L. 2. With the arrival of the ship, the Italian delivery team was taken under the close supervision of the Special Department of the Black Sea Fleet. From a memo by the head of the Black Sea Fleet, A.P. Lebedev, dated June 1, 1939 in the Oogu GBNKVD USSR, in connection with the message about the arrival of the Tashkent leader, built in Italy, we immediately took measures to ensure his reception in Odessa, where an operational worker was sent along with our personnel assigned to the leader. In order to prevent possible attempts to process and recruit any of the personnel, we carefully instructed information and, in addition, through the ship's political apparatus, in-depth explanatory work was carried out. During the period our personnel studied the ship and went to sea with the Italians. No attempts at provocation or manipulation on the part of the Italians were recorded. However, through awareness, facts of probing of individual Red Navy men by the Italians were noted. Currently, the entire Italian team, which was on the leader Tashkent, has left for Italy. At the proposal of the People's Commissar of the shipbuilding industry, Comrade Tevosian, 4 people, Italians, were left on the ship to sail on the ship during the guarantee period, i.e. until October 1939. Remaining of these persons on a ship during the warranty period, we consider it extremely undesirable, since as from May 19 the final manning of the ship will take place. The drawing up of combat schedules, instructions and manuals, and training of personnel, combat alarms, fire, emergency, etc. will take place. In addition, our domestic weapons will be installed on the ship, guns, torpedo tubes, chemical equipment and a number of other devices. Provided the Italians remain on the ship, all this will become the property of Italian intelligence. Considering it extremely undesirable for the Italians to remain, we ask for your order to raise this issue with the appropriate authorities. 171. Central Asia of the FSB of Russia. F3. Op. 6. D. 368. L. 1218. It should be noted that the blue cruiser, as the Nazis called Tashkent, was the last surface ship that managed to break through to besieged Sevastopol. On the night of June 27, 1942, it carried 2,000 wounded and a panorama by the artist aboard. The defense of Sevastopol in 1854-1855. The leader of Tashkent died on July 2, 1942 in the port of Novorossiysk during a German German air raid from a direct hit from two aerial bombs. The fleet's counterintelligence officers also paid close attention to the completion of the cruiser Elzo, purchased in Germany, which was renamed Petropavlovsk in 1940-172. Elzo, Petropavlovsk, is a heavy cruiser of the Admiral Scheer type, laid down in 1937 in Bremen, launched in 1939. In February 1940, sold to the USSR, received the name Petropavlovsk. In August 1941, in a conditionally combat-ready state, it was included in the USSR Navy. Participated in the defense of Leningrad as a floating battery. In September 1944, it was renamed Tallinn. In 1953, into the non-self-propelled training ship Dnieper. In 1956, into PKZ-112. The completion was not completed. In 1958, it was excluded from the lists of the fleet. In 1959-1960, dismantled for scrap. Displacement 14,240 tons, length 212 m, speed 32 knots. On January 25, 1941, a message was sent to the NKVMF Kuznetsov and the NKVD of the USSR Kabulov about the unsatisfactory state of work on Petropavlovsk, as a result of the lack of proper management and control over the operation of the control and receiving apparatus in Stettin. Plant No. 189 of the People's Commissariat of the Shipbuilding Industry for the completion of the cruiser Petropavlovsk continues to receive equipment and mechanisms of extremely low quality with large defect, which cost a lot of money to eliminate and which cause a delay in construction progress. A significant part of the equipment is considered so worn out that it is certainly not suitable for use on the ship. Individual units are accepted based on documents without checking product quality and even without external inspection. Mechanisms and equipment arrive at the plant incompletely, as a result of which work on electrical equipment on the cruiser is suspended. Technical documentation and basic drawings are received untimely and incomplete. The Navy Shipbuilding Directorate, knowing about the massive supply of low-quality equipment, is not taking real measures to improve the work of KPA in Germany and establish stricter control over its acceptance. 173. Khristoforov vs. Cherepkov P. Koklaudiru. Together with the fleet, Soviet naval counterintelligence in the Great Patriotic War. Historical essays and archival documents. M. 2010. p. 55. The sabotage of the Germans and our negligence unfortunately yielded results. The cruiser was never completed by the beginning of the war. Since the mid-1930s, an active revival of the German armed forces began. On March 16, 1935, Germany denounced the restrictive articles of the Versailles Treaty and announced the resumption of military training. 2 days later, the British government made a strong protest against this unilateral German action and convened an inter-allied conference of France, England and Italy in Stresa, at which the Allies supported it in condemning the German action. At the same time, Great Britain asked whether the German government would agree to receive British representatives in Berlin to discuss the naval situation. Following Germany's affirmative response, British Foreign Secretary John Simon and Anthony Eden arrived in Berlin on March 25 to meet with Hitler. At this meeting, Hitler informed the British representatives of his desire to reach an agreement with England on the relative strengths of the two fleets and stated that he would be willing to have a fleet of 35% of the British fleet. An important political event for the German Navy between the two world wars was the conclusion of the Anglo-German Naval Agreement, which took place on June 18, 1935 in London and was later confirmed through an exchange of documents between the British Foreign Secretary Samuel Hoare and the German Ambassador Ribbentrop. The agreement included the following fundamental points. The forces of the German Navy should be equal to 35% of the forces of the British Navy, including the forces of the British Commonwealth. The displacement and firepower of ships must comply with the standards established by British agreements with other countries. Germany was guaranteed parity with Great Britain in submarine forces. Germany has said it does not plan to have a submarine fleet larger than 45% of Britain's.